Chapter 23. It was awful. It was wonderful. Juris's hate for himself, for desiring this, lived alongside the searing desire itself. He kissed Hellmyr deeper, consumingly. His face was upside down of Hellmyr's, so he couldn't see his expression. So he held the knife close to the Fae's throat. Hellmyr kissed him back. He was sure neither of them even breathed as they tasted each other. Juris had never had a kiss like this. It made him feel like his head was being held underwater. But he couldn't stop either. Hellmyr's bound wrists found their way to Juris's lower abdomen, near where he'd been pinning them down against the floor. The Fae's hands found the flat of his stomach, pulling his shirt higher as they kissed. Juris didn't dare break their kiss to remove it, and Hellmyr's hands ripped the buttons from his shirt in response, allowing them to explore more of his chest. His thumbs traced old scars and circled areas of muscle, making Juris's body move against Hellmyr's touch. The steam from the hot water below had already stuck Juris's clothes to his skin, but when Hellmyr moved to pull him closer, more water splashed across his front. His hair was soaked, and his opened shirt clung to his arms, weighed down by the water. Hellmyr was much too experienced manipulating the body, Juris found. His heart galloped ahead of him, making him dizzy. He moved against Hellmyr's grip on one of his hips, and his thoughts went to other places. Like how it would feel to plunge in the water. How it would feel to be pressed against him again. Juris jerked himself up and away from the Fae, away from those thoughts, gasping for air like he'd been sprinting instead of kissing. What the hell had he done? Below him, Hellmyr was gasping too. His mouth was red from the force of their kissing. It was then that Juris saw his reflection in the water and how flushed his own skin was. The way his hair curled weakly behind his ears from being half soaking wet. Hellmyr's face had an alien expression on it. He'd never seen such an expression on one of them before. His violet-black eyes seemed to gaze ahead at nothing, yet they didn't stop moving. His breath hadn't slowed, and his bare chest rose and fell quickly. His mouth was still parted slightly. He was disoriented, Juris realized. Juris rocked back on the floor as he tried to understand what had happened between them. What the hell did it mean? What the hell had that been? His response. Juris's own chest heaved. Buttons from his shirt littered the ground. He could feel tears in the fabric at the shoulders, too. He looked up to see the Fae staring at him. His eyes had moved from Juris's face to his body. He looked at Juris's bare chest that he'd run his hands so freely over seconds ago. When Hellmyr finally spoke, his voice was muted and odd. What are those from? He was talking about his scars, Juris realized. The memories readily resurfaced in a black wave within his mind. He didn't wish to talk about that. Not with this Fae. Juris couldn't seem to make his mouth say anything about that anyway. Instead, what came out was, "Isn't it about time you make me do something?" The reminder of their bargain seemed to revert him back to normal, at least. Hellmyr brought his bound hands to his front, and with a little twisting and a pop of his shoulder, he'd slipped his wrists out of Juris's belt. He rose, water falling from him in a wave, and fixed a towel to his waist. His gaze was dark and indecipherable. Juris noticed then the bead of blood he'd drawn at his throat was dripping to his collarbone. You're right, of course. Hellmyr stepped towards him. Oh, great. Usually his mouth didn't get him into so much trouble, but he was breaking a new record for that. Is that so? Juris had pulled free the knife again, ready to both defend himself and stab at the Fae.
"Drop it at your feet," Hellmyr said. "Now."
Juris's jaw clenched as the sudden inexplicable urge came over him to move. Without his permission, his body bent at the waist and dropped his one weapon on the floor.
"Let me out of this,"
Juris snarled. Hellmyr ignored that. He seemed mostly back to himself, though his unnerving smile didn't quite reach his eyes. His gaze was greedy on Juris's dripping form. It was then that his smile dropped.
"Catch this,"
he commanded, throwing a piece of clothing at Juris. He was compelled to catch it, and he saw that it was the shirt that Hellmyr had been wearing before his bath.
"Don't move,"
the Fae King said as he stalked closer to him. Juris couldn't. He couldn't even seem to speak.
"You are to report here after dawn every day."
The Fae lifted Juris's chin, and he found he couldn't fidget out of the way.
"You will tell the guards and servants you are being punished for your attitude in the hall. You will tell everyone you are being forced to clean my chambers every day until they are spotless. In reality, you will come here daily, unless I say otherwise, and try to convince me of what you want, of the power you claim to want."
Hellmyr brought his face to Juris's so that it consumed his vision.
"Convince me in a week, or not at all."
Chapter 24. It was the first day in several that Anova felt well enough to pry herself from a wastebasket. She first saw a flicker of motion at her window as she rose in the late afternoon. Then she saw her green wings flapping rapidly on the other side of the glass. Anova jolted to her feet to lift her window and let in the insect. She released a breath when she saw that it indeed was Viridia. She'd expected her back sooner, but she was relieved at least to see her well and back with her. "What happened?" Anova's eyebrows came together as she held out a palm for her friend to land on. "Where is she?" It was then that she noticed something about the butterfly. Now that she'd gained entrance, the rate of her wings flapping had slowly decreased until she held them out on either side of her. She moved slowly, too, taking her time to come to the most comfortable spot of Anova's palm. No. Gods, she'd been blind. "You're hurt," Anova blurted. "Viridia, what happened? Gods, I got you hurt." At once, Anova dove for the dresser next to her bed that had been painted a striking silver to match the moon. When she found the small glass with a screw-in top, she didn't hesitate to open it. A small amount of liquid remained inside it. Moonlight nectar that one of Hellmyr's healers had previously drawn from the moon to use as a pain-killing medicine. She held it before Viridia. "This might not fix everything, but it'll help your wounds feel better faster," she explained. The butterfly's compound eyes seemed to hold Anova before moving to the container. With soft steps, she came to the edge of Anova's palm and stuck her proboscis inside it. After she drained a few droplets, Viridia retreated several steps back on Anova's palm. Her proboscis nudged the base of her wrist as she held Anova's gaze. Her wings seemed to move at a more typical speed again, flexing and unflexing as she rested. Anova smiled back at her small friend. "You're welcome. I'm just glad I had something for you. Please rest here a few days before flying again." Anova's smile dropped. Something had happened when Viridia had accompanied Lycasta to the Wolfsbane Manor to send Nerium a message. She couldn't assume that the message went through. "I'm so sorry. I should have been more thoughtful about where I sent you," Anova said. "Please accept my apologies for putting you in danger. I'll send the guard for some nectar water." At that, Viridia's mouth part twitched and her wings seemed to vibrate with the prospect as well. The butterfly allowed Anova to put her on a cushion that caught a bit of late sunlight from her window. Viridia fanned herself in the warmth. Anova breathed. In the days she'd been too sick to move, she'd known it was past time for her contingency plan. Hellmyr wasn't simply going to let her and Juris go. In fact, he'd demonstrated that she needed to participate in the full moon ritual to restore the balance of power between the Fae and the moon. And if she didn't participate, Alice's forces could stand a real chance at doing some damage in Fae. This was a bad thing, or so she needed to convince herself. When Anova tried to pace in order to think, her breaths came too short. She supported herself on the edge of the dresser as she regained her breath. She closed her eyes. And then, there was the fact that she was with child. One that might not survive to term between the power-hungry Fae who held her here and the enigmatic blood crown tethered to her life. No. She had to stop being paralyzed by her problems. She had to do something. She had to tell Hellmyr about Alice's coup and the other reason she'd come here. If what happened to Viridia was any indication, the lives of all Fae and humans from the estate were in danger. She couldn't trust Alice not to touch them while she waited for Anova to deliver Hellmyr to her. She had to tell Hellmyr, even if she implicated herself by doing so. At least he could send forces to the estate. But there was something else she needed to do while she was here and still able to freely move about. Anova still needed to do a little digging. Her stomach protested in a growl. She supposed that there was one small thing that had to come first. What had he gotten himself into? Juris paced in front of his mirror and considered it all. He'd stuffed the shirt Hellmyr had thrown at him to wear out of his rooms into the back of his wardrobes. It was a reminder of the commitment he'd made and what was coming after the night. And there was something to the gesture that made Juris feel as if the shirt was a show of ownership. Convince me in a week, or not at all. His words had been a clear challenge. Juris stopped his pacing when he heard noises in the other room. He'd told them, time and again, that they didn't want his servants coming and going through their rooms. But as he opened the door, the words on Juris's tongue died. "Anova!" he gasped. He raised an eyebrow. "So you're not dead." She smirked at his words. She looked about as well as she could look, having lived off fruits roasted until they were softened and bone broth for several days. But at least she didn't look like Death himself. "Not on your life," she said. Her eyebrows rose. "Besides, I don't have any of my old trinkets anymore. I'm afraid your inheritance is shot." Juris shook his head. "And here I thought all Fae bled and shat gold." "Sorry to disappoint." Her smile faltered. It was the only sign of how it must have affected her. Juris cursed his choice of words. He needed to keep his damn mouth shut more often. "You're feeling better then?" Juris asked, closing the distance between them. "Well enough," she frowned. "Viridia came back." "That's good news though, isn't it?" Juris said. "What's going on?" He hoped Della and Maris were safe and unharmed. Anova sank into a plush chair and held her head. "I don't know. Lycasta didn't return with her." Her voice sounded small as she said the next words. "And Viridia was hurt. I have no idea what's happening there, but I can't trust their lives to Alice anymore." She looked up at Juris. "I'm going to tell him about her occupation of the estate." Juris stared back. "And her deal with you? That you'll trade him for Cadmus's life? Don't you think he'll wonder what she's doing at his estate? He'll piece it together." "I know. I just... Ugh!" Anova groaned. "What else can I do? I can't risk their lives any longer." "I know," Juris echoed. His eyes went to the floor like they'd find answers there. "But there's something else I need to do first. I came here for some answers about Rietvar, and if Hellmyr starts to suspect any of my agreement with Alice, we may not be able to move about so freely, Anova said. They both knew what that meant. They might be watched every hour of the day, or they could be sent to the dungeons. It would be justified if the Fey King suspected treason in his own house. I need to get to the archives without his knowing, preferably tonight, or whenever I can sneak inside there. Juris breathed. He knew what to do. He could be the distraction. Anova's eyes were on him. His thoughts must have shown on his face. Juris, is there something wrong? I can't tell her what's going on. Not the whole truth of it. So, Juris shook his head. Even as he tried to form the words, they scrambled in his mind. Hellmyr's commands still had a hold on him because of their bargain. You will tell everyone you are being forced to clean my chambers every day until they are spotless. Everyone included her, it seemed. Juris's heart fell as if it were held in a tight fist. He hated lying to his best friend. I'm fine, he said. But I did have an idea. I think I can help with the plan. Anova's eyebrows pushed together. What do you mean? It seems he grew tired of having a servant in title only and not in actions. What? The word ripped from her throat. He's truly using you as his servant now? That ass! Anova rose from her chair like she was off to punch Hellmyr. Admittedly, he would have paid to see that. It's not what you're thinking, Juris explained. I clean his rooms at dawn for a week. Juris leaned against the wall, trying to shrug off what he was really doing and how it made his blood surge. I insulted him, and some of his guards heard. This is his punishment, I guess. Anova's jaw tightened. I still don't like it. He was reminded for not the first time how quickly Anova had defended him when they'd been children, even when he hadn't asked her to. He smiled at her response. Well, the situation will work to our advantage now. I can keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't leave to find you. As long as you can get in and out without being seen, you can get the information you need. Juris's smile fell as he remembered how, despite his best efforts, he'd been tracked the first time he'd tried to strategize and sneak from their rooms without being noticed. It had been what caused all this mess in the first place. Though, that will be an entire job in itself, he muttered as an addendum. It was Anova's turn to grin. Her eyes gleamed like they did when she had one of her schemes brewing. This was why she was his best friend. Oh, just leave that to me, she said. Chapter 25. Anova hugged Juris one last time before he left to clean Hellmyr's rooms as his servant. His words still echoed in her head. We're getting through this. Don't forget that we're doing this for them. They gave her the courage she needed for this. What was sneaking about the Fey King's castle when Cadmus was without magic and the witches captive? She had to find some answers here and then come save them. She'd saved them all before, and she'd do it again. Anova's nails dug into her palm. What she hadn't told Juris was that she needed to use the Blood Crown's magic to get to the archives undetected. She didn't like showing him that part of her. When they were together, she wasn't the master of the Blood Crown or a Fey in a burnt body. She was just Anova. Her hand hovered at her belly as she considered the other issue gnawing at her. What if this hurts it? She'd used the Blood Crown's magic when she'd broken inside his palace, it was true. But when it came to it, Anova couldn't be sure if it had affected what had been growing in her belly. Anova breathed. The least amount of it possible, then. She crouched to the ground, already smelling the guard on the other side. He smelled of iron and weather-worn leather. Anova peeked underneath the door, watching the far end of the hall outside where it bent to another hall. With even breaths, she concentrated on what she could make. Heat and light. Not too much. Steady. A flash of light materialized near the end of the hall. She heard her guard's breath quicken. In no time, he'd left his post to run down the hall and chase her phantom light. Quieter than she could have as a human, Anova slipped from behind the door. She'd been practicing for this in her rooms, but the real test was at hand. Anova closed her eyes to better hear and smell. Distant steps blurred together around her, and smells twined together. When she focused, she started to notice what could have been individual fae closest to her. None of them were very near to her except her guard. Now was her chance. The key that she'd learned to sneaking around fae was to not run or allow her heartbeat to accelerate for them to hear. Otherwise, she would hear or smell his guards before they passed her in the halls. Anova left this hall before her guard returned. The next one over was blessedly empty as well. Juris's plan seemed to be working perfectly. At dawn, the palace was filled with mostly sleeping fae. As she passed other rooms, guards or servants' quarters, she thought she heard the near-quiet noises of sleep. She passed like a wraith through his halls, diverting her course when she smelled a fae coming too close to her path. The quiet allowed for one other thing. She heard the heartbeat inside her body more clearly than she'd been able to ever before. It was louder today, not like it had been in the days before. Sporadic, at times weak. Anova swallowed dryly. There was something she hadn't told Juris yet. She didn't have full proof of it, so it was only a possibility. But she couldn't even articulate it for fear that she'd manifest it just by speaking it aloud. The fear that Rietvar would collect on his dues with a stillbirth. Anova's hand went to her stomach when it clenched in response. No, please. It won't be that. It has to be something else. But what other more perfect way would there be to take his revenge on the human who had tricked him? What more gruesome cost would there be to pay than if she paid with something she could never have again? This was why she had to find answers here. The fear had grown in the days that she'd been ill. After Anova distracted the guard of the archives with another flash of light, she slipped in after he'd left his post, careful not to make a noise. The smell of paper filled her. The scent was stronger now that she had fae senses, and it was nearly overpowering. Dawn light spread through the small windows near the ceiling, coloring the stacks of documents and books a warm, honey color. The answer she needed was here. She felt it. On his way there, not one fae looked twice at him. Juris was sure it was because he was wearing the set of servant clothes the king had sent him. As he thought of it, his cheeks heated with anger. He thought he could play power games with him. Well, Juris was ready for that. Even so, the clothes had their uses. He'd become invisible to them. Juris worked on keeping his heart rate even though his nerves tangled in his throat for what was coming. Do it for her. Do it to keep him away. Hellmyr opened the door before his guards had a chance to address Juris. "You're here, finally," he said dismissively. "This room is a mess." Against his better judgment, Juris stepped inside. "Your Majesty," he said through his teeth, though it was more for the benefit of those listening. He was starting to wonder if he'd really been conscripted to be his personal maid for the remainder of the week. When the Fae King closed the door behind them, his eyes appraised him and his servant's garb. The top was a rough cotton shirt, and the pants were a pair of plain tan trousers perfect for scrubbing in, or crawling in the dirt as a gardener.
"Isn't this what you wanted?"
Juris said. He stepped into his space.
"No, I wanted off."
Hellmyr shrugged as if to counteract the seriousness behind his words, but the gleam in his eyes didn't leave. Juris glared at him.
"Controlling, aren't you?"
His heart raced.
"I could do that. If you tell me the truth about something you haven't yet,"
Juris said. Hellmyr fell against his lounge couch that was more of a bed. The Fae's eyes were wary, though he could feel the greed Hellmyr had for seeing the reveal. Juris needed to hook him more. He needed to keep him here, right now, at any cost.
"What do you want to know?"
Hellmyr's voice was careful, measured. His eyes flicked across Juris.
"And what do I get out of it?"
Juris came to the lounge without invitation. The Fae couldn't escape this question anymore.
"I'll ask my question, then you name your price, and I might agree to it." "Ask, then,"
Hellmyr said. His expression was impossible to decipher. Juris breathed. He could do this.
"Why didn't you let your guards take me the first time, after you found the knife?"
The more he spoke, the more he had to keep digging this hole.
"I could have been trying to kill you. You said so yourself."
Hellmyr's lips came together.
"The truth. It'll be expensive."
He lifted the shirt's fabric at Juris's collarbone.
"This will definitely need to go."
His eyes went farther down. Juris interrupted what he'd been about to say.
"The shirt, along with what I'm going to do to you,"
he proposed. His heart throbbed. He was playing with fire and knew it. Hellmyr's violet eyes were closer to black as he stared, likely considering the deal.
"Fine. I agree to those terms despite the ambiguity. But I'll give my answer only when you pay me for it, not before."
Juris responded by unfastening the string at his throat, holding the shirt together there.
"The truth is what I want, Fae."
He threw the shirt over his head, and Hellmyr's eyes traced his bare form, lingering on his stomach and passing over the scars that Juris had refused to tell him about earlier.
"I did what I did out there because I have to maintain a certain image,"
Hellmyr said.
"Image? Of your being an ass?"
Juris said.
"Of being untrickable, unkillable, invulnerable. Every day, those around me test my boundaries. A man isn't killed by a small nick, but it all starts there. They want to see how deep they can cut it,"
Hellmyr said, his eyes keeping him prisoner.
"I may not have the blood crown, but I'm the one who they hail as king now. They'll kill me as soon as I show them it's possible."
Juris moved so he was above him and looking down at the Fae.
"You know that doesn't answer what I asked," Juris said. "Your actions make even less sense in light of that. Why spare me?"
Hellmyr licked his lips.
"Convince me, and maybe I'll tell you."
Juris's fingers were quick to unbutton most of the Fae's shirt, and his mouth found his bare skin at once. His lips moved up his chest, exploring him as Hellmyr had done to Juris in his bath. His lips moved up his sternum until they found the Fae's collarbone. Underneath him, Hellmyr's body turned from resistant to pliable, and though he couldn't hear it like the Fae could, Juris felt how his blood raced through him as he made his way along his bare skin. He heard Hellmyr inhale sharply when Juris reached his neck.
"Are you going to talk or not?"
Juris said. His hands moved in the same path that his mouth had taken, only in reverse. Hellmyr's body responded in kind, moving against Juris's touch. His spine arched when Juris's hands found the small of his back. Hellmyr's words came out in a growl.
"Stop teasing me, human."
Juris pulled away from him. Some strange mix of desire, power, and loathing.
"Make me. Command me," Juris said.
Hellmyr stared back at him until Juris's hairs started to rise. Hellmyr broke the moment with a smirk.
"If that's what you want, fine."
The Fae pulled himself out from under him.
"Stand up."
Chapter 26. Juris was forced to do as Hellmyr ordered. The dizziness assaulting him was the only evidence of the terror and desire running through him. Hellmyr stood as well and approached Juris. His voice was low and dark.
"You will make no noise to reveal what's going on here to the Fae stationed outside,"
Hellmyr said.
"You will resist me until you can't. I want to see the point at which your desires overtake you."
He met his gaze.
"But I will stop the instant you say you are allowed that noise. I am not quite that type of monster."
Heat grew at Juris's center. He could do little else but nod to show his agreement. The challenge was on. Juris wouldn't be the one to break first. He would make the Fae putty in his hands. That was when a loud knock at his door came. Juris nearly jumped from the noise. "Your Majesty, something important requires your attention at once." It was one of his guards.
"Please don't let it be Anova, please."
Hellmyr breathed a puff of air that tickled Juris's face. He didn't move from where the Fae held him, and Hellmyr didn't move either.
"I have to keep him from leaving,"
Juris realized. A wordless gasp shot through Juris then.
"Please,"
he whispered to the Fae who held him. But when he finally spoke, he didn't speak to Juris.
"Is someone dying?"
Hellmyr called to the guard at the door.
"No, but—" "Is the palace on fire?"
"No,
Then it doesn't actually require my attention, Idir,"
Hellmyr said to the guard. Hellmyr held him tighter as he whispered in Juris's ear.
"Please what?"
"Let me move," Juris whispered. Hellmyr said back to him in a whisper.
"All right, I release you."
From behind the door, his guard said, "As you say, Your Majesty. My apologies." But Juris's mouth was already on Hellmyr's.
"Please be safe, Anova."
Soon, however, his thoughts turned blank but for the searing heat consuming him like a fever. He had to make this two-sided. He had to make Hellmyr want this as much as he did. To make him weak for a human. He had to convince him. He'd gotten Hellmyr under his power, and he'd done it his way. But what the hell had he meant by all that? It was then that Juris was made aware of the incessant knocking on Hellmyr's doors again. Hellmyr's breathing was too fast, His skin was flushed, and sweat beaded his brow and got into his hair. His eyes shot to the door.
"As I've said, I'm busy," he growled.
But this guard was a different one.
"Your Majesty, the palace is on fire."
Chapter 27. The words curling across the book's spines blurred together to Anova. Dawn light no longer filled the high reaches of the windows above her in the archives. At least she was faster at this than when she'd been a human, though she wasn't sure this quicker pace would help if there were no answers to be found here. I can't give up. I have to try harder. Anova shelved another bundle of books and documents that had turned out to be fruitless. As she did so, she considered what she knew. Previously, she'd found answers about the Blood Crown and other ancient Fae magic in a book of Fae tales that she'd pulled from the Eastwoe archives. But that book had since been removed from here. Even if I had it, there's no guarantee that I'd have found anything concerning the Fae Lord of Death in its stories. She thumbed at her chin. What do I know about him? The truth was, Anova knew little about Rietvar. He was a shapeshifter. He traded souls and seemed to relish bargains. He lived in a place called the Lost Forest. Anova stared at the section of the archives she'd since turned upside down in her search. It contained everything from tomes explaining the burial rites suitable for the High King or Queen to which phase of the moon was best to die under. She suppressed a shudder as she thought of the latter. No, this wasn't right. She needed to find answers that others would have overlooked. Lore like Fae tales that would have been considered myth rather than fact. But she'd found curiously few books concerning what the Fae thought of the one who shepherded souls from life to death. She returned to the section of the shelves filled with fables to check that she hadn't missed one. After several minutes of searching, Anova frowned. There were plenty of Fae tales on avoiding death, though they all seemed thought up to scare Fae children into obeying their parents. It was then that she found one with the tale of how a Fae had combined two animals together and taunted death with his powers. How it was a fable and not a horror story was beyond her. Sickness swirled in her stomach. She slid to the floor, holding her head tight to her. They're all monsters. What the hell was she doing? She'd gotten so far over her head that drowning felt normal to her now. How was she going to protect this life when she couldn't even protect hers? Cadmus, I wish you were here. I wish I'd never left you with them. In her mind, he didn't say anything back. But something else did. The other heartbeat inside her kicked up a faster pace. She held her breath. Anova closed her eyes and made a promise to the small life inside her. You're going to make it. You are. She would make sure it lived no matter what. Wasn't that worth it all? Wasn't it worth spending all the time she had here to find the answers needed to protect this? To protect the future that she had with Cadmus? As soon as she came to her feet again, she saw it. It was a book that she hadn't seen the cover of yet, but that she'd exposed in her search among the other tomes. The book's cover was missing any text, though the image of a wolf was embossed in faded silver on it. Anova blinked, seeing not the book's cover, but a wide, gaping maw big enough to swallow her whole. She nearly dropped the book. Just maybe. With held breath, Anova flipped through the small binding. It contained only one story, and it had no title to it other than the image of the wolf above it. The more she read, the more her hands holding it trembled. Long ago in the human realm, there existed a singularly talented human hunter. He was the envy of his peers and faster with a bow than any other. He was better even than the swift and sure-footed Fae. The hunter bragged to his rivals and friends that there was no one better than him, and soon the young hunter ran short of any to test his skills against. All animals he crossed paths with fell with one of his arrows each. One day, in a glade deep in a wood, a stranger approached him. Though he wore a wide-brimmed hat, his eyes were bright like the sun as he looked upon the hunter. When the hunter asked the stranger his business, he replied thus: "Are you the hunter they hail as even greater than the gods?" The hunter smiled. "They would, if any dared challenge me." The stranger showed his teeth in a wide smile in return, and under the brim of the stranger's hat the hunter saw something curious. He was speaking to a man of bleached bones and teeth rather than one of skin and muscle. But the hunter did not flee at the terrifying sight. The stranger introduced himself as Death, the best hunter of all living things. Death posed a challenge to the hunter to test the hunter's claim. The first of them to fell the spotless white wolf that lived in the woods around them would be granted the title of the best hunter, as well as a single boon. If the human hunter won, he would be given power equal to Death's. If Death won the contest, he would be granted the soul of the hunter. Eager to prove his skills against an opponent worthy of him, the hunter agreed to these terms. Just as he did, a howl broke the quiet of the wood. The hunt began. Death was the faster of the two, but the human hunter was cunning and knew these woods well. As Death followed the howls, the hunter broke in a different direction. In little time, the hunter found a den of rabbits he'd discovered in the days before and hid in a bush of blackberries. When Death realized the hunter wasn't following him, he turned on his path, spitting fire. Death had produced the howls and thrown his voice to sound like the wolf and trick the hunter. It was then that the hunter found the snow-white wolf pacing the den of rabbits for his next meal. He loosed only one arrow, and it pierced the creature's heart. But a strange thing happened then. Death appeared, and in the shadows of his wide hat, the hunter saw that he was no longer a skeleton but a man of flesh again. He looked at the hunter with a ghastly grin. It was true that the hunter had bested him in his test of skill, but Death had wanted this all along. The hunter had won the powers of Death and his burdens. The hunter was cursed to the duties of Death, to collect the souls of those passing from this world into the next, and to be forgotten by his friends and rivals alike. When in a dark wood, the howls of the wolf are to be as trusted as a stranger's smile. Anova shut the book. She felt as if she hadn't taken a breath since she'd started reading the story. As her mother had been fond of saying, there were no coincidences in this world. Anova couldn't afford to start believing in coincidences now. This must be referring to Rietvar. The details are too parallel. First and most obvious was the reference to Death. Then there was the wolf. It was one of Rietvar's forms, and he'd claimed an area of woods for his home. This was it. She had to assume the story was referencing Rietvar. She couldn't afford to assume otherwise. But then what does this mean? What does he want from me? The answer was a sickness in her belly. The hunter had won the powers of Death and his burdens. Did this mean that he wanted another to take the mantle of Death from him? To curse another with the duties of bringing the deceased to the next world? As Anova considered all the possibilities, her breaths grew more ragged. A cough scraped the inside of her throat. Her heart raced, and she smelled the air. An acrid smell hung on it. It was the smell of fire. Chapter 28.
You are to stay here until I come back, Hellmyr said to Juris.
Juris was pushed into the arms of several Fey healers. He pried himself off them. Physically, he was fine. Besides, he wasn't worried about himself. He'd gotten out of the palace. The sky was bright and achingly blue. It eerily contrasted with the screams that pierced the air around them and the trail of black smoke snaking into the sky. When the Fey King's guard had knocked and told them the palace was on fire, it hadn't quite sunk into Juris until they came outside and saw it. According to the Fey around him, the fire was contained to one of the lower floors. Hellmyr had lifted him out of the room, and in barely more than a few blinks, he'd dumped him with the crowd outside. He still hadn't gotten over the feeling of being so close to him, or what had happened before that. What the hell are we doing? Juris's attention was stolen. 5 seconds into being out in the panicking throng outside, and it was obvious to him. Anova was still inside the burning palace. He finally processed what Hellmyr had said to him. He grabbed the Fey's arm. He didn't care who saw them right now or the insubordination that it was. "Find her and bring her out," Juris said to him. Some Fey was trying to jerk his grip away from Hellmyr, but he resisted it. He'd be damned if they'd survived what they had only to lose her here. Hellmyr broke the stare between the two of them suddenly, barking orders at his guards and lackeys. He was running towards the palace. When they realized what he was trying to do, they tried to stop him, but the Fey shrugged them off. No matter what the hell this was between them, Juris wasn't going to lose Anova, even if it drove the mad Fey King back to her. They could deal with the consequences later. It was then that a tremor shook the ground. Seconds later, debris burst from the side of the palace, and a clipped scream soared through the air. Fire, death, pain. Anova's thoughts ran together as she sprinted through the halls. Her blood thundered like she was being bled dry. She was going to die in this place. No, I won't. But the flames had claimed her once already and made her theirs. They had taken her and left her with their marks. They were back for her. This time, they would claim her life. The heat started to come from her center, too. It fled to her fingertips. This heat followed her orders. This pain was hers, and she would make it do as she wanted. The blood crown eagerly gave its energy to her. It had waited for the chance to be released. Anova wasn't sure where she'd been in the palace before, but the magic that formed in her hands, a searing, destructive light, blasted apart the stone walls and structure of the palace. Before she could change her mind, Anova jumped from the hole she'd made in the building. The smoke in her lungs was replaced by nothing at all as she found she couldn't breathe as she fell. "Protect us!" Her hands spread before her as the heat gathered there again. Even if all this magic was capable of destruction, Anova would use anything she could to save herself and the life inside her. Fey were scattered below her like cattle. She screamed at them, though the wind stole much of her voice. "Go! Get out of the way!" she shouted. After all, even if they were Fey, they didn't deserve death at the hands of the cursed crown. But one of them wasn't moving. He held his arms out for her and called for her. At the last moment, Anova pulled her hands back to herself, recalling the dangerous magic that she'd intended to use to break her fall, and balled her limbs to her body. The Fey were hard, solid creatures. Anova knew this, but the feeling of slamming into Hellmyr's body was still one that stole her breath and bruised parts of her. The momentum of her fall sent him back several paces and nearly brought him to the ground, but the Fey regained his balance before stumbling entirely. Still gasping for air, she stared into his wide, grackle-colored eyes. She couldn't interpret the expression on his face. She tried to disentangle herself, but he didn't let her. "Are you hurt?" Hellmyr said, already searching her body for the evidence. I'm fine. After a moment, she amended. I'm not hurt. It wasn't like she'd been fine in ages, but that wasn't what he'd asked. She squirmed to get out of his grasp. It all reminded her too much of when he'd held her for her safety in the palace after her belladonna poisoning and her almost death at the funeral pyre. As she tried to move and he prevented it, his hand passed over her abdomen. Hellmyr looked at her, his eyes narrowing. He was about to say something when Juris's voice stole her attention. "Anova!" he called. She used the distraction to slip out of Hellmyr's grasp. Juris engulfed her in a hug and peppered her with the same questions about her safety, although with the added knowing look that she knew all too well. "Are you really okay?" She heard it in the tone of his voice. She squeezed his hand back and hoped he knew what that meant. "I'm okay enough. Thank you." Hellmyr was staring at them, she realized. She resisted staring back. Did he find out? Did he hear the extra heartbeat? Anova shifted, but Juris seemed just as put off. What was going on? What had she missed here? Chaos reigned around them. She had to find a way to tell Juris about what she'd discovered in the archives and what it meant for her deal with Rietvar. But before that, Anova turned to Hellmyr. "What's going on? How did this happen?" "It's not spread to the structure itself, as most of the exterior was built with stone. All my staff and guards are generally accounted for, so likely there are only injuries and some damage to the lower floors. But this was no accident," the Fae King said. His stare lingered on her. Anova was about to tell him to say it already if he were going to accuse her when another noise interrupted them. Two of his guards dragged a human man by his shoulders towards Hellmyr. On his cheek was a collection of blisters, and his clothes were smudged. Anova couldn't stop staring. There was no mistake, even with the blisters marring his face. Even his smell reminded her of the rest of them. Salt, sweat, and earth. He was a part of Alice's army. She held her breath, waiting for him to look at her and show some sign of recognition that would tip off Hellmyr. It seemed Alice was done waiting. The full moon was still 2 nights away, and she hadn't yet gotten Hellmyr to the Wolfsbane estate. It didn't matter. Her time was up, and her cover was blown. One of his guards addressed him. "We found this maggot with his fire starter. He infiltrated our stronghold and set the fire, my lord. He doesn't deny it." Hellmyr's voice was soft. "Pitiable human man." His sword was out at once. Anova hadn't even seen him draw it. "I don't converse with monsters." The man looked away, his jaw set. Using the point of his sword, Hellmyr moved the man's head to face him. "You do now," he said through his teeth. He smiled one of his hair-raising grins. "You and I are going to get to know each other well soon. In fact, I have a feeling you'll want to talk quite freely to me after just a few nights of my dungeons." Despite the point of Hellmyr's sword digging into the skin under his chin, the man's gaze moved to Anova and Juris. Her stomach turned. What was she supposed to do? Who were the monsters here? All she knew was that she was one of them now. The man hurled spit at the two of them. "Traitor scum!" he said. Anova saw Hellmyr's jaw tightened. "You do not disrespect what is mine." Before she could say anything or stop it, Hellmyr's wrist twisted, and a line of red ran from the man's throat. Though it appeared to be a shallow one, he'd cut into the man's throat. Anova's head pounded. This couldn't continue. "I came to deliver a message, Fae bastard.
not to be cut up while your guards hold me back," he said. "You'll have plenty of time to speak when I command it," Hellmyr snarled.
He's going to charm him dry, Anova realized. That was why he wanted to interrogate him later. He needed the moon to get the full truth out of him. Hellmyr will know of my involvement by nightfall. But there was a worse thought that occurred to her. Alice is done waiting. What else has she done? Who has she hurt?
"I'll talk now, you vile thing," the man said.
He glared up into Hellmyr's eyes as he said,
"The insects you've stepped on are here, and the moth won't be enough." "What are you talking about?" Hellmyr said.
He pressed the blade harder against his throat.
"Speak plainly or else. Who is your master? What moth?"
His mouth twisted the word. He smiled.
"We humans have no master. Well, most of us."
Anova's hands balled into fists when he saw the man glance at Juris. She hadn't even realized her hand had gone to the knife at her waist until Juris grasped her arm.
"But you Fae only respect one thing. Power and magic."
The man said the words like a curse. It happened fast, even for Anova's eyes. The human jerked out of Hellmyr's grasp at the same time that a whistle sang through the air. It was then that an arrow pierced his chest straight through, and the man stumbled as blood gurgled to his lips. Anova twisted to look for the marksman, but she saw only the paved paths to the gloom forests of Eastwoe around them. Hellmyr turned to his forces that weren't quelling the fire inside the palace.
"Search the perimeter until you find something." He wasn't alone.
Chapter 29. When Anova walked inside his strategy room, Hellmyr was still issuing orders. Faye rushed in and out of the doorway. Upon noticing she was there, he locked eyes with her and said,
"Everyone else, out."
She could see the sleeplessness on his face. This was normally when Fae-kind slumbered. Daylight didn't seem to suit them. The Fae around her startled as if from individual dreams. They hadn't quite seen her or realized she'd been there. Pet, she remembered. She held her ground, watching them as they rushed from the room. But as much as she enjoyed watching Fae scramble around her, Anova knew just how much she shouldn't have been in that room, alone with Hellmyr. There was the steep risk that he'd hear the heartbeat of the life growing inside her. But it was time. She was done keeping those she loved in the path of danger. It was time to face Alice with everything she had. Hellmyr walked over to her. A wide table stretched between them where he normally received reports from his scouts and counsel from his advisors.
"You should be with the healers now,"
he said in greeting, his eyes roving over her. "I'm fine," she said. She wasn't really, but talking to more Fae healers wasn't going to keep her from seeing flames every time she closed her eyes. "It's Alice," Anova said to cover up the silence between them. She hoped he hadn't heard the heartbeat inside her. "She's here with men. You have to face her."
"I'm sending forces out all around Eastwoe. They'll follow her trail and expand to the other provinces of Fae if needed."
Anova's pulse raced. "We need to find her on the full moon. That's when your power will be at its greatest." She stopped and raised an eyebrow at him. "Or isn't that right?" His eyelids lowered as he looked upon her.
"Assuming you're able to successfully complete the moon ritual, yes. Speaking of which,"
he started as he turned away from her.
"In light of what's happening here, your debut will need to be another month."
"No. Cadmus and Nerium need their magic now, not another month out." And by then, her Fae pregnancy would be another month along. "We have to try it," Anova said. "We need the moon's power now. Can't the full moon ceremony be done without all of Fae in attendance? Hellmyr looked over at her suddenly.
It should be. It's the efforts of both the High King or Queen and the participating Fae bathing in moonlight that can facilitate such a large transfer of energy.
What about the Fae already here? Wouldn't that be better than nothing? Anova pressed. For a moment, Hellmyr evaluated her.
I'm not willing to risk the safety of those that I care about here by inviting all of Fae here right now. And frankly, I doubt that our numbers are enough without that.
He paused and tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. She froze.
But I would be a liar if I said I didn't want to bathe in moonlight with you and try.
Anova shivered from both his words and the promise that the first of her goals had been achieved here. She was already closer to saving them. Then we'll join your forces on the night of the full moon after the moon ceremony, Anova said.
Hellmyr said, It's too soon. We don't yet know her location or even the size of her forces. They could be intending to destroy this place as soon as I turn around.
But it would be reasonable to assume she's in the Sora lands, wouldn't it? Anova said.
Reasonable,
Anova stepped back from him. Sweat beaded at her hairline. She could hear the accusation in his voice. Suddenly he was behind her.
My sweet, lying queen. Why might you say that?
His breath tickled her skin. He didn't have to say how awfully coincidental it was that she was trying to order him to send his forces to where Cadmus's estate was. Anova jerked around to face him again. She felt the energy of the blood crown gather at her hands, though she held its leash. Her forces are likely all human. Proximity to the human lands would be reasonable, Anova contended. Anova used her anger to smother her fear. It only made sense to guess she was there. But either way, she'd let too much slip here. She wasn't sure if her words had convinced him or not, though the mask returned to Hellmyr's face.
Perhaps, he said. But the full moon is too soon to go looking for a renegade witch.
One of his eyebrows flicked upwards.
In fact, one would almost think she'd expect it, having attacked my hold 2 nights from it.
Anova breathed. There was no chance. She needed to go now. A new, desperate plan was all that was left to her. After she made her excuses to leave, he leaned over a window overlooking Fae.
By the way,
Anova paused at the doorway to look back, but he didn't turn around.
My guards reported something strange last week. A moth was sighted outside the palace, attempting to gain entry within.
Hellmyr turned his face halfway from where he was leaning into the wide window.
There will be a heightened presence of my armed guards throughout the palace for now. This includes the night of the fete. No Fae, human, or creature will be allowed in or out that night.
In the tone of his voice, Anova heard what he meant.
Whatever you're planning, my darling queen, you won't get away with it.
Chapter 30. The new plan that Juris and Anova had developed replayed over and over in Juris's mind so that he hardly realized when he'd made it all the way to the Fae King's rooms at another dawn. He had one more chance to convince Hellmyr to leave Anova alone for good. One more chance to convince him to dissolve the one-sided bargain between them. One more chance before what needed to happen at the fete happened. There was a strong possibility that Hellmyr knew something had happened between Alice and Anova. That part of the arsonist's message had been meant for her. And then there was what Anova had told Juris of what she'd learned in the archives. Anova believed that there was a chance that Ritvar wanted something to do with her child. Their only consolation when it came to that was that she had at least another 2 months before she'd be anywhere near due. Juris's chest tightened. It was all beginning to make him feel dizzy. He practiced breathing evenly as the guards let him in. He couldn't afford to look weak in front of the Fae, especially their king and his master. The arsonist's words came back to him, and his stomach swam. Traitor scum. His words had clearly been meant for Juris, as the only other human there. His heart pounded. He looked up. Hellmyr was dressed not for bathing or lounging or even for his court. Eat with me, he murmured, his face unreadable. The Fae stepped aside to reveal the table set in his living quarters. Nearby, a sheer curtain allowed the dim light of early day through. A surprisingly modest amount of food for a king had been arranged on top of it, including what looked to be a small wheel of cheese infused with dried berries, a loaf of sourdough bread, a jar of honey that smelled of cinnamon, and some sliced plum. What you mean is for me to feed you, he corrected. No, I meant exactly as I said. Hellmyr crossed his arms. His eyes roamed to scowl at the wall. No one else will. I'm supposed to be receiving the reports of my scouts, or inspecting the damage, or ordering my scouts, or finalizing the preparations for tonight, or all four at once. He can't sleep, Juris realized. He saw it in the faint circles under his eyes. He heard it in what he wasn't saying. I should be sleeping right now, but I can't. Juris still couldn't shake the feeling that this was a trick, but he pulled out a chair and sat across from him anyway. Besides, what was the use in resisting a monster who could order him to do whatsoever he wanted? He could see that they weren't talking about what happened on the dawn of the fire. That was fine with him. Juris could pretend that it hadn't happened, too. The problem was, his body had more trouble. His heart hammered faster in its cage of bones. Despite Juris's reluctance to admit it, Hellmyr was still the most beautiful and intimidating creature he'd ever seen. Hellmyr leaned back, closed his eyes, and breathed. No games. Just eat. Juris waited for the command to spark something in him, an undeniable urge to follow his orders. When it never came, Juris realized then that Hellmyr wanted him to choose to do it or not of his own volition. With the knowledge that he could have had him poisoned any time before this, or indeed he could have ordered Juris to run himself through with a sword well before now, Juris sliced himself some of the food. His stomach growled obscenely in response to the stimuli. He would never get used to Fae food. In fact, Juris was unsure he would ever get used to eating this regularly. His body reminded him of the cramps of hunger he was used to. It was always either feast or famine when they'd lived in Urbes, though the feasts had never been like this. In the silence, Hellmyr opened his eyes, picked up a small skewer and speared 3 slices of plum before dipping them in honey. Soon, Juris discovered he didn't even care if Hellmyr had poisoned the food. He couldn't put it down. Hellmyr suddenly asked, Has that place always been your home? Juris's eyebrows came together. That place? Urbes? Yes. Because you have family there, he guessed. Juris stared at him. What the hell was his angle? There's no one there to extort from my safe return, Juris said finally. I was there because I needed to pay a debt. Hellmyr fell silent after that. Juris didn't like this. Why was he digging into his past? And you did? Hellmyr asked after some minutes. Paid it? Juris looked at him archly. No. That witch can rot in hell. He picked at his food. He'd had enough bread to last a lifetime, but the cheese and plums together were undeniably delicious. His words elicited a dark chuckle from the Fae. Normally, Juris felt he would have bristled at such a reaction from him, but Hinterfell deserved to be laughed at more often. Even so, this probing didn't suit him. He'd agreed to take a meal with him, not an interrogation. But maybe he could use this chance. There was still the opportunity to change how tomorrow went. Why do I care? Alice will get her audience with the Fae King. Anova and I will be freed of him, and Alice's prisoners will be too. What does it matter how we get him there? Juris started talking before he could let any of this show on his face. Anova said the Blood Crown usually determines who rules here. I'm surprised she admitted that out loud, Hellmyr said past a grin. There was an edge to it. I aim to set a precedent, to prove that Fae can determine who rules itself instead of an object. But you do want it, Juris accused. I know you do. Even without it, I prove to them every day that I'm their king. Hellmyr gestured with his chin to the palace around them. An easy thing to say as son of a king. Maybe so, Hellmyr shrugged as he ate another plum. Though he tried to kill me as an infant. Only by my mother giving up any ties to me and giving me to a stranger did I survive past a few days. Juris ate in silence as he considered this. It was uncomfortably close to the circumstances of his own birth, though he didn't think Hinterfell wanted him dead. In fact, the birth of a baby ensured his mother continued to remain at the brothel. Juris had heard of very few cases in which fathers of brothel children bought out their mother's debt to Hinterfell. Juris had never known who his father was, and he preferred it that way. And you killed the High King. Your father, Juris said. He deserved it. Hellmyr didn't look at him as he said it, seeming more preoccupied with spreading cheese on bread. But Juris thought he saw the look in his eyes change at the mention of the previous king. Juris swallowed. He was sure he had. Suddenly, Juris stood. Hellmyr's eyebrows came together. What's wrong? The Fae asked. His heart thundered. Juris pulled off his shirt and draped it over the back of his chair. You asked about these. I'll tell you, Juris said. Was this a part of Juris's act? The one in which he'd been trying to get a Fae to fall for him over his pregnant best friend? Or was this real? Does it matter? Juris wondered. Juris traced the longest of his scars, the ones that he had the most of. But only these, he said. Hellmyr watched and waited in silence. Juris turned around. He found he could speak about it easier that way. Besides, many of these longer ones spanned his back and shoulders. They are what they look like. Lash marks. Juris breathed. He kept his eyes on the wall opposite him as his pulse raced. I got these because I attacked my mother's client, he said. Juris closed his eyes as he remembered. He'd leave bruises on her after. One day, I couldn't ignore it. He wasn't sure what compelled him to keep talking, but he did. The brothel madam punished me with these, and I've never regretted it. He clenched his teeth hard enough to hurt. I should have killed him. Juris saw and felt it again, how he'd attacked the bastard who had hurt her. He'd done it perhaps a few months before she'd fallen ill with the sickness that would claim her life. His knuckles ached. He'd been young then. He wondered if he could have finished the job now that he was more than a scrawny brothel brat. She shouldn't have spent her last few healthy weeks entertaining that monster. Juris opened his eyes, willing the images and memories to fade. He moved to grab his shirt to put it back on. If you were mine, in the real way, the one who gave you those would be dead, Hellmyr said. Hellmyr was suddenly too close to him. Juris was near enough that he breathed in his scent, something between amber and the smell of the woods. "What are you talking about?" Juris said. He turned around, a heady anger suddenly flooding him. "I am yours. You've made it so. Forced it out of me, actually." The words left Juris's tongue too quickly for him to stop them. But he couldn't seem to shut up. Not about this. Instead of rising to his anger like he'd wanted, Hellmyr only stared. "Not anymore, Juris," he said finally. It was strange to hear his name on Hellmyr's tongue. It made him want to shiver. "I revoke our bargain, making you beholden to me." Chapter 31. It was time. Evening light leaked into their rooms from their thick glass windows. Anova looked to her bed. The servants had already delivered their clothes during the day. She spread her hands across the light silver-gray material of the strapless dress. The topmost layer of gauzy fabric had crescent moons embroidered into it, spreading down a floor-length skirt that was interrupted by a side slit. The material was achingly soft to the touch. It was the color of moonlight. Suddenly, Anova heard a cacophony of voices outside her bedroom door. The Fae attendants had arrived to dress them and make them look presentable to His Majesty. She glanced to her mirror as one of them knocked. "Your Majesty, it is time for us to prepare you for the ceremony." Before she'd even answered, she heard them trying the doorknob. In the mirror, her hand hovered over her soft stomach. "I do not yet need assistance dressing," she told them. "Tell that to the king. Or if he wants to dress me himself, so be it. He can come here and do that." Heat from the crown's magic gathered in her palms, but cooled moments later as silence passed. They must have moved on to Juris's room. I should have warned him about that. She took her chance and undressed. Her skin was scarred and puckered in places where the flames had done their worst. Her gaze didn't linger as it moved elsewhere. Her limbs were toned and lithe as a fae's were, but her abdomen was as soft as a human's, and more so than was normal for a half-starved street rat. It contrasted with the rest of her. It would have been evidence enough had they seen her undressed so. She clasped the backing of the dress together herself, and it ran over her body like water, falling with and highlighting the gentle curve of her back. White gems glimmered within the fabric at her skirts as she moved. Am I ready for this? Moon madness? There was no other choice. She had to be. She had to give herself to this experience tonight, or else Cadmus and Nerium didn't stand a chance against their foes. She would do this for him, she decided. Anova stepped outside her room to see a gaggle of fae flitting around a red-faced Juris. There were so many that she could hardly see past them all. "Leave him alone," she began, but stopped herself. Her mouth popped open in a gasp. They were already done, and damn, they were good. His shirt was made of the same fabric as her dress, and it highlighted his upper biceps and a large span of his chest. It was the same silken silver-gray material and nearly sheer in some places. His pants were midnight blue and a tailored fit that made her wonder when they'd sized him. Cuffed along one of his ears was a small silver band, shaped into a crescent moon like the ones all over her dress. A hint of kohl had been applied around his eyes, bringing the gray out. Juris looked away. "It's all ridiculous, but I couldn't stop them once they started." Anova shook her head. "No, you look..." What was the right word? She found it a second later. "Dangerous." He smiled at that. It was something they used to tell each other before a job. Juris nodded at her. "And you too," he said, his eyebrows raised. "That dress." The Fae attendants still tried to come for her, but Anova managed to shoo them from their rooms. Their escorts to the celebration would arrive any moment, and she needed to speak with Juris about their plan. When they'd left, Juris stared at the door. She shook her head. They were alone as they could be, considering they were guarded every moment of the day. Anova beckoned him to her room, where curious Fae ears out in the hall would be least likely to overhear them. "Are you sure you are fine with this?" Anova looked to the last streaks of daylight leaking through her window. Even without many more Fae in attendance than were already here, moon celebrations tend to make the Fae unstable. Juris looked at her straight. Unstable? Like they were so sane to begin with. He stopped himself. "Well, except, it's fine," she interrupted him. "I know what you mean. I know you didn't mean me." Even if she wasn't sure she was exempt. Anova pushed that thought away even when another, worse one replaced it. Am I going to go crazy and lose myself tonight like the rest of them do? Will I be the same person under this moon? But she had to try to heal the flow of magic between the land and the moon if they were going to solve things with Alice and the humans. No matter what Alice said about diplomacy, Cadmus and Nerium needed their magic back. Anova pulled open the top drawer of her dresser. Among dangling earrings and other jewelry worthy of the pet-turned-prized Fae Lady of the King, she'd hidden them. They were vials of diluted belladonna juice. A sip or two would be enough to render an adult Fae unconscious shortly after. The dosage and its effects were something Anova knew from experience. Without hesitation, Viridia took to the air and landed on the tip of Juris's nose. His eyebrows jumped up at the sight of her. "It's good to see you too, Viridia." He watched as she crawled along the bridge of his nose. His eyes went to Anova. "Do you think she's healed enough for this?" Viridia seemed to answer him herself when she launched from his nose and hovered in front of him, her wings strong enough to push a light wind into his face as she stared him down. Okay, I think you've proved your point," Anova said, offering the butterfly one of her fingers. Instead, she landed in her hair. When she looked in her mirror to see where she was, Anova couldn't help but smile. She detached herself to one of her opal hairpins. "She looks like she's part of the hairpin," Juris pointed out. Anova blinked, realizing her insect friend's intent. "You came up with this, didn't you? This would be a perfect way to keep you on me for the night without raising any suspicions." Viridia flapped her wings smugly as Anova dipped one of her fingers in sugar water to give her a treat. After rest, Fae medicine, and a steady supply of nectar, Viridia had recovered well in the past several days, and Anova was gladdened to see it. Once they left their rooms, guards accompanied them on all sides as they walked to the wide hall where the celebrations were to be held. Night had fallen moments ago. Anova felt it in how the air sang around her. The full moon was rising. Resting on her hairpin, Viridia flexed her wings among the strands of Anova's chestnut hair. Anova breathed. They were ready for this. She caught Juris's eye as they walked. He'd been staring at the lanterns filled with flashing insects. The light of the will-o'-wisp-filled gloom forests of East Woe filtered through the high windows that they passed. The soft illumination outside made strange shapes on his face as they walked. What was she dragging him into? Even without all of Fae in attendance, a full moon celebration wasn't exactly safe for a human. It won't be like how it was when I was here, she vowed to herself. Stay by my side, she whispered to him, steadying his arm with a grasp. She hoped he knew what she wished she could have said in front of their guards but couldn't. We'll save them tonight. Juris gave a tight nod. She wanted to ask him how he was feeling, but it was then that their entourage stopped. As they entered the wide room, the Fae that were gathered had all paused at once. They were the same guards, staff, and attendants who she usually saw. But they seemed vastly different right then. They wore dresses and vests and silk and gauzy shirts. They drank wine and fed each other berries. They moved and laughed at the edges of the room, until they noticed her. Anova tried not to stare back. Their Fae in attendance were nowhere near the number they'd had at the quarter moon celebration. This has to work. Anova would restore the magic from the moon to the earth, and then they'd begin their plan. They'd drug Hellmyr and take him on Viridia's back out of the palace. With so many of his guards here, it was their best chance, despite the risks. Hellmyr beckoned them forward. On top of his head was a crown of black feathers sewn together between black gems. Cascading down his shoulders was a black mantle. He wore a charcoal-colored doublet inlaid with crescent moons. They all matched. Anova looked to Juris as they walked to the center of the ball towards him. "What's wrong?" Juris's face had paled. He stopped walking. "It's you." He shook his head. "I'm sorry, it's just..." He went back to staring. His voice was small. "Your shadow." Anova followed his gaze. Light was coming from her. In her shadow were strands of moonlight, moving as she moved and following her as she went. Moonlight poured like molten silver through the porthole above them. When she saw it, a strange beating began in her veins. All at once, she felt how the stars must have. Glimmering, immense but removed. Powerful. She needed to feel its light on her more than anything. She needed to feel the light of the stars, too. She needed it more than life. Her feet ached to run towards it, to embrace it and bathe in it, to know what it was to be home. Anova stopped, jerking back from the light. This wasn't her home. What was happening? It felt like her blood crown hallucinations all over again. No, this isn't me. You won't take me like this. But as she gazed at the threads of light spilling from around the column that poured inside the room, she felt it. It was small at first, the feeling of the life within her. But it grew until she could ignore it no longer. How its heart beat strong and loud for the moon. "This is what you want, isn't it?" she whispered as she stared at the light filtering inside. As she looked upon it herself, Anova realized something. The moon was strongest now. If she could harness it and use it to protect herself and the life inside her, then she would no longer be beholden to Rietvar. What if I lose myself? What am I giving up for it? There was always a price, but sometimes the toll was worth the result. Anova stepped into the blade of the pure white moonbeam. Juris wasn't sure what he was seeing. Well, he had been certain seconds ago. He'd walked with Anova into the full moon fate, only for the Fae creatures to stare mercilessly at them. Then, she'd started to radiate light. For a moment, he thought she'd decided not to go through with this after seeing the moonlight. When she'd stepped into it, something had happened. The gasps of the Fae filled the air. "Anova," Juris said. He started for her, but one of the king's guards grabbed his wrist. "Stay out of this," he ordered. A blinding white light flooded the hall. It came from her in a wave like heat from the sun. Anova raised her arms to her crown within the column of light. Her eyes were a pure white, pupilless and unearthly. Juris locked eyes with Hellmyr. Is this normal? He mouthed to him. But by the expression on his face, Juris could tell it wasn't. A fierce wind kicked up around them, sending plates and goblets from the feast tables crashing to the ground. Glass danced around them like leaves. A wordless agreement passed between the two of them. They both cared about her too much. This wasn't normal or perhaps even healthy. They had to do something. As soon as it had been summoned, the wind died around them and the flooding light faded. But Juris had been mistaken when he'd thought she'd tried to lift her crown off. Her hands had gone to Viridia in her hair. As Anova held her, Viridia grew to the size of a small horse in the air above Anova. In turn, the moonlight-fed butterfly plucked Anova where she stood and flew through the porthole in the ceiling. Around them was a strange quiet. Juris stared without comprehending for far too many seconds. What is going on? That wasn't our plan. What the hell? But the answer was all around him. The influence of the full moon had gotten to her. She was Fae now, no matter if he remembered that fact or not. This was who she was now. He didn't care who saw. Hellmyr was still staring at the space where she'd been as if transfixed by what had happened. Or perhaps it's gotten to him too. Juris grabbed him by the shoulders. We have to go. We need to find her. Hellmyr's dark violet eyes focused on him, and his expression changed in an instant. He sidestepped out of Juris's grasp. The Fae King turned to his guards. Accompany us. Ready several of my horses. We're going after her. Chapter 32. The gloom woods raced past them. Every few breaths, spurs of strange lights glowed between the tree branches above their heads. Their horses pushed away the dangling branches of river willows as they galloped into the soft earth. Juris had been shoved onto a horse ahead of the Fae King and was surrounded on all sides by him and his Fae retinue. As if he'd try to escape the king's clutches now, when Anova was missing and there were potentially murderous humans about. Juris leaned forward into his mount, a cherry-brown mare with a mane of sleek black hair. He could feel how the Fae around him reacted to the moonlight dappling their skin from the trees around them. A tense energy carried on the air. They reacted strangely to familiar stimuli. Their gazes lingered where they shouldn't have, and they noticed less of what they should have. He could feel their group pull towards patches of unblocked moonlight, filtering to the ground. Juris looked to Hellmyr. The Fae King was armed well, and where moonlight hit his body, the silver of twin sword hilts reflected back. His jaw was angled, and it looked to Juris as if he was constantly clenching his teeth as he rode them forward harder. A strange feeling twisted inside Juris's stomach at seeing the concern for her driving him so mad. But why should it bother him so? Juris was just as worried. His best friend was in danger, whether by Alice or Anova herself. And Juris had no real claim to the Fae King's attention. Hellmyr was a means to an end, just as Juris had been to him, he reminded himself. He shoved that fact before himself with aggression. Juris had achieved that very means the other night. He was free of him. Then why doesn't it feel like it? There was no time for more thought. Hellmyr's guards in front motioned for them to stop. What is it? Speak, Hellmyr commanded them. Even before they could respond, he was off his horse. His guards stepped back toward him from where they'd surveyed beyond the trees ahead. Their eyes were unfocused, and one of them seemed to sway. You should see for yourself, Your Majesty, one said with two bright eyes. Juris dismounted. This didn't feel right. He needed to speak to Hellmyr. They were under some spell. and he wasn't sure it was just the moon's. But Hellmyr was already moving, pushing past his attendants, voicing the concern stuck in Juris's throat. The Fae King stalked past the last of the willows as he drew one of his silver inlaid swords. Juris started after him, his name on his tongue but still trapped within him. On the other side of the trees, he stopped. It was like something out of a dream. On a lake as clear as crystal, Anova danced on its surface. As far as he could see, her feet kicked up no ripples or splashes as she moved. Instead of water, it looked as if she danced on solid glass. As she moved, light filled the body of the lake more and more. The Fae guards and attendants started to lope towards the lake. Juris felt the opposite, an insurmountable paralysis. Anova didn't appear to notice them. In fact, she seemed not to notice much but the threads of light that came from her hands. They faded after her like dying stars. Juris could do little but stare. The other Fae had gathered at the edges of the lake and must have found it equally as solid as Anova had, for they joined her in their revels of the moon and began to dance. Juris couldn't stop staring. She's still there. It's still her. But the more he watched, the more she looked like their queen. Hellmyr was right. Juris was just a human. They were kings and queens, fae and monsters. They were magic. He was just a professional street rat. Suddenly, the clothes on his back felt heavy, like an ill-fitted costume, like he was playing a part in a theater show. Juris wasn't sure when he'd walked back into the woods. All he knew was that he couldn't remain there any longer. They were like feral animals and gods all in one. He leaned against the gnarled trunk of a willow, its whip-like branches draped all around him. How the hell were they going to get back to Wolfsbane's estate tonight? Time was running out by the second, but Anova held the paralysis poison. By himself, Juris couldn't do it. His teeth gritted. He needed to be there for her. She was still Anova. And he was being an ass, hiding like this. It was then that he felt his skin crawl. Juris jerked around, but there were only shadows. A sheen of sweat had coated his back. He breathed. It was time to stop jumping at nothing and try to get Anova out of the moonlight. I'll have to enlist his help, he realized. Tell me, human, whose are you? Or are you out here all alone? Juris's back hit the tree as he lurched from the voice. His eyes adjusted a moment later to see a male fae with 2 bright green eyes. Juris couldn't help but wonder if the fae's teeth were sharp enough to tear flesh as he smiled at Juris. The fae's eyes lingered on him uncomfortably. Leave me alone, Juris muttered as he turned to walk from him. The fae ignored him, and he moved too fast for Juris to stop him. His hand hovered above the skin of Juris's throat, where his heart raged. This is where they usually are. The collars or marks for the house you should belong to, he said. His eyes flitted up to Juris's face again. But you belong to no one, isn't that right? Juris's throat felt too tight to speak through, but he managed after a moment. I am no one's, he said. It was stupid, of course. Juris should have claimed to belong to the most powerful fae, or any of them at all. But to say it felt too much like surrendering when he'd only just reclaimed his freedom. The fae's eyes seemed to glow with malice at Juris's admission. A slice of moonlight fell past the branches. Juris's hair stood on end. This fae was moon-mad. There could be no doubt. He needed some way to defend himself, but he was cornered.
Then you'll be my pet.
The Fae flashed him an evil grin as he came closer.
I've heard humans break so splendidly.
Like hell I will. Juris's teeth ached from clenching them. If he had to go down here, he would fight all the way. Juris's hand snapped out to rip one of the branches from the tree, but the Fae was faster.
You shouldn't have been out here, a human in Fae during a full moon such as this one. We can't help ourselves what we do tonight, he confided.
His hands were on Juris's wrists, and his grip was iron. He shoved his wrists together in a blink, but not before Juris slammed his head into the Fae's. Stars burst across his vision, but Juris couldn't stop for a breath now. He jerked out of the Fae's grasp. He needed to run. Now. Juris got only 3 steps away before the Fae grabbed him again.
Normally, we make deals with your kind to trick you into becoming our servants,
the Fae whispered into his ear as he pulled Juris to him. Get off me, Juris growled. He shoved an elbow into his stomach. The Fae gasped in a sharp breath but didn't release him.
But I think I deserve some recompense for that alone, he hissed. Lost little human.
Juris's heart thundered hard, making him dizzy. The Fae's hands were rough on his face as he forced him to look him in his terrible gaze.
But maybe I'll just convince you to be my slave. Let's say, until you die. And that's all the life you've ever known.
His grin sharpened as he continued to speak.
How magnificently pitiful.
Chapter 33. Juris stared back, aware that he had perhaps seconds before he lost his sense, and possibly his memories. He'd seen it happen too quickly with Anova. Would he even realize what he'd lost? Juris didn't think. He hurled a wad of spit into the monster's face. The monster's grip found his throat and squeezed.
Little human!
But the Fae's words were cut off.
You have 3 seconds to grovel for mercy, came another voice behind the Fae.
Juris blinked, and a silver sword gleamed in the limited light. Though it was dim under the branches of the grim willow, Juris clearly saw the dark purple-violet of his eyes shine with something not all that benevolent. It was Hellmyr. But it didn't make sense. Why was he here? He should have been dancing with Anova, drinking in the light that was intoxicating to them. His queen. The Fae's grin turned to a sneer. He released Juris before glaring at Hellmyr. His eyes lingered on his feathered crown. His sneer faded.
My king, he is mine. Now turn around and beg for forgiveness from him.
From him? The Fae's eyes narrowed on Juris. But he's... Hellmyr moved so fast that Juris nearly lost sight of him in the gloom shadows. His sword pierced the tendons of the Fae's shoulder. He let out a screech that sounded as if his blood were being boiled inside him. Juris found he couldn't speak. It was then that Hellmyr caught sight of his face. He didn't know what he saw there, but he knew he felt like vomiting. His entire life had nearly been erased.
Are you fine with my killing him?
Hellmyr murmured. Juris was far from fucking fine. Would being sprayed in the blood of the Fae who'd nearly killed or enslaved him help? He wasn't sure. When Juris didn't respond, the Fae King's gaze switched back to where the other Fae cringed on the ground. He held his seeping wound like a mother would a child.
Stop that and listen to me.
Hellmyr shoved the tip of his sword under his chin. A soft glow coursed through it, touching the Fae's skin. He seemed powerless but to look at Hellmyr then.
You will never return here. You will never approach this human again, or I will kill you for it."
Hellmyr showed the Fae his teeth as he vowed it.
"And I would enjoy it."
Hellmyr removed the weapon. As the glow subsided from the air around them, the Fae male staggered to his feet. Without looking back, he ran into the thick gloom around them. For many seconds, Juris just breathed. Even without a Fae sense of smell, he noticed the scent of blood in the air. His wound had left stains on the earth. Juris looked at the king of monsters before him. He'd once told Anova that she was unreasonable to hate them just because they were Fae. But the more he lingered here, the more he understood. The more he felt the same. For some reason, Juris could say only one thing. "Why aren't you with her?"
"She's safe."
There was something strange to his voice as he said it. Juris backed away several steps. His hands ran through his hair. He felt like he was the crazy one here. Like he was losing his mind. Why the hell was he acting like this? Juris had known better. This whole time he'd known the Fae were monsters. Just like you know he's one of them, too. Any of them could have done any of that, made him forget who he was, and why he was here. It was somehow worse than being killed by one of them.
"Tell me what you're thinking,"
Hellmyr said suddenly. "You can't guess. With my heartbeat." It came out less like a question and more an accusation.
"No."
Honesty. It must have been a trick. "And why do you care?" Juris said. But there was no answer to that, he knew. Juris continued by answering his questions. "I'm thinking that it's always going to be too much." Juris laughed then. Once he started, he couldn't stop. Hellmyr watched, his eyes dark in the gloom.
"I don't understand."
"You're always going to have the upper hand." Juris's laughs died. "You're always going to be too strong, too overwhelming, too better." This was how Anova had dealt, Juris realized suddenly. She'd broken herself into becoming stronger. More than a Fae was. It was what this place had done to her. But he couldn't. If he broke, he would break weaker. Anova had always been different from him in that way. He charmed and lied, while she lied and fought.
"And what would change that for you?"
Hellmyr said. Juris turned around. "Nothing. Don't you understand? It's what you are, not what you do. You'll always be in power." Juris laughed. "You had it right before. The servant coming to his Fae master to submit to him. That was what you wanted. No, that was natural for you." Hellmyr's eyes stared unblinkingly, hard, unrelenting.
"This isn't what I want,"
Hellmyr said finally. "What do you want?" Juris spat out. "Why did you do it? You shouldn't care this much." He couldn't stop it now that he'd started. All his carefully preserved fear and anger was leaking out of him. "This isn't normal." Juris's hands flew to his scalp as he continued talking. He needed to stop talking. "I'm nothing here." He looked at Hellmyr. He'd gotten what he'd wanted. He'd seduced the Fae King for his freedom and Anova's. Then why did it feel like this? Hellmyr narrowed his eyes.
"I'm more interested in what you want."
What? It was such a ridiculously stupid question, and yet he struggled with it. Juris wanted to get out of here. But he couldn't. Not when doing so meant he'd turn tail back to his hide hole in Urbess like the coward he'd been this entire time. He couldn't leave. But maybe he could escape. He could lose himself. It was odd, considering he'd been so afraid of that exact thought only moments ago. But he wanted to forget it all right now. Juris didn't answer verbally. Instead, he brought the Fae close by pulling at his cloak. His hand slipped into the Fae's wild raven hair until they formed a cage at the back of his neck. Too quickly, Juris's mouth was on his. It was exactly as he'd hoped. It felt like drowning. It was dark, easy, numbing. He tasted like sweet berries and he smelled like hickory. After a moment, Hellmyr seemed to thaw out. His hands explored Juris's stomach under his shirt. Suddenly, their kiss broke, and he pulled Juris's shirt off him. Juris pushed the Fae against the rough bark of the willow, tracing the edge of Hellmyr's lips that were swollen from their kissing. He pulled Juris's ear to his mouth to whisper, "Because you undo me, and I'm afraid of that," Hellmyr admitted. Juris didn't let it settle in the air between them. He didn't stop to process what the words meant or why he'd said it now. Juris moved Hellmyr's head so he could kiss him again. Losing himself to the sensation of Hellmyr's mouth on his meant he couldn't think. Juris didn't want this, and yet he wanted it most of all. He pushed deeper, and Hellmyr's hands gripped either side of his hips in response. "Tell me what you're thinking," Hellmyr whispered in his ear when they paused to breathe. "That I hate all of you, and that I hate myself for thinking it," Juris panted, surprising himself with the words. He could feel Hellmyr's smile when the Fae pulled him back to his lips. Juris's hands found Hellmyr's wrists and pushed them against the tree, holding the Fae King there. But he couldn't stop the heat that spread through him. It made him want to do terrible, wonderful things. No, Juris realized. He hated that he wanted this. He lost track of time then. The stars might have moved around them 1,000 cycles for all he noticed. It was then that Hellmyr stopped kissing back. Juris pulled away to look into his eyes, but the Fae's blinks had already slowed to a close. Hellmyr slumped forward. Chapter 34. Anova spun like a puppet on a string. Something inside her was happy to be pulled along by the force that moved her so. She was barely aware, and yet much too aware of everything. A bloody waltz, gifts for a mad king, the moon spell. Memories burst through the surface of her moon-addled mind, breaking the enchantment on her. But there had been something else there, something behind the haze of the moon intoxication. It had been him. She'd been dancing with him. Cadmus. Anova's eyes darted all around her. She was in the grove of a dark wood that looked to be somewhere in the gloom forests of Eastwoe. "Where are you?" Anova found herself in the middle of a crowd of twirling and writhing Fae that she didn't recognize. She touched her face and found it wet. She'd been crying. "What's going on? How did I get here?" But she needed to find Cadmus first. She was certain she'd just been with him. When she came to her feet, she realized they were all on the surface of a lake. Anova stared into its depths that were pierced by stark moonlight in places. She didn't dare test the strength of the strange magic that made the water like solid ground. Did I do this? She put that thought out of her mind. Questioning the magic might break it. As she started to move through the crowd, none of the drunken Fae appeared to notice her break from the spell. But as she neared the edge of the lake where the land began again, more and more of their heads stopped and stared at her. They were waking, watching. She felt it then, primal feelings that ran together inside her like rainwater and earth. The moon was heavy in the sky, calling to her, needing her to celebrate it. It was saying her name. Anova, Anova, Anova. Anova's palm slammed against her ears. She didn't want this. It wanted to fill her with its burning, searing, wonderful light. No, no, my mind is my own. She needed to get away from the moonlight flowing across her skin and tainting her mind. She wanted to rip her skin from her bones just to stop it. She started to run then. Where was Juris? Hellmyr? Gods, what had she done? Humans aren't safe during a full moon in Fae. How many times had she been hurt on a night like this one? How many times had a Fae, drunk on moonlight, tried to hurt her? Damn it, she knew better than this. A strange feeling came to her then. She felt it in the wind that blew between the trees, how their leaves shifted. They sounded like whispers. Anova's head snapped in the direction the whispers came from. She was going mad, wasn't she? Suddenly, she felt Hellmyr and Juris. Juris must be safe then. If not, Hellmyr was well aware of what she'd do to him. It was then that she heard the thundering of heartbeats. It's them. Anova slipped among the slender trees of the gloom woods and saw something she didn't understand. Juris had pushed Hellmyr against a tree. They were kissing. In the seconds that followed in which she couldn't move, she started to puzzle it out until it made sense. Juris had volunteered himself to the Fae to keep Hellmyr away from her and from finding out her secret. Anova's hand hovered over her belly. She owed Juris for that. But she had to talk to him about this. She had to understand how far it went, how far he'd gone for her. And their time under the bloated moon was running thin. They had somewhere else to be. She wasn't sure how, but the trees had led her here, and as Anova considered the problem at hand, she felt a strange urge blossom inside her. Anova held her breath and allowed her heart rate to slow. She had to be covert, lest Hellmyr realize she was there. When she came to the other side of the tree, the magic danced inside her. It was the crown, and it was drawing power from the earth, she realized. Her body knew what to do before she did. The magic inside her ran from her, jumping from the tree's frame to the Fae on the other side of it. She needed not to hurt him, but to remove him from the situation for a few moments while she spoke to Juris. Or, that's what she told herself, at least. Before Hellmyr slumped to the ground, Anova appeared and caught the Fae. She couldn't quite believe it. Before, she'd only used the crown's power to destroy. It was normally a twisted, sick thing that wanted to sear through her veins. Her leashed mountain cat with claws that mauled. But she hadn't hurt him at all, it seemed. Dizziness circled her, but so did giddiness at the control of her power. She looked up into Juris's face, and in his eyes was someone she didn't quite recognize. Juris just stared. What did you do? I don't know how, she started. He's just knocked out. But Juris was still staring. Well, it had seemed a good idea before. Anova, what the hell happened back there? What's going on? He finally said. As she considered how in the world she'd answer that, Anova placed Hellmyr on the ground. He looked oddly at peace in his sleep. It didn't suit him. Juris didn't wait for her to respond. He began to laugh, though not in a joyful way. Anova's hands found his shoulders. A pit had formed in her stomach. What happened to you? she whispered. She knew the signs of hysteria. Something had happened here tonight, and she'd let it. His laughs had died. Nothing happened, Juris said. That's a fucking lie, and you know it. She moved so he couldn't avoid her. And when have you been a stranger to fucking lies? Anova's heart hammered faster. No, please, Juris. But those words didn't leave her. Instead, she said, just tell me what happened. I'm sorry for tonight. I don't know what I did under the moon. I don't even know what I'm apologizing for. Her teeth clenched. Out loud, she added, I shouldn't have let you be here. A short, bitter laugh escaped Juris's throat. Let me? The Fae Queen lets me in her realm, is that it? She didn't know this Juris. What are you talking about? I'm not some Fae Queen. You know that, Juris. His gray eyes were piercing when he looked at her. You could have fooled me. I'm still the same person. But her voice came out barely more than a whisper. If she couldn't convince herself, how could she convince him? Juris turned from her then, shifting past the willow branches. Juris, if you really think that, then tell me. He stopped and looked halfway at her. What were you doing an hour ago? Anova didn't have an answer. She still didn't have an answer when he said, Don't follow me, and left. Chapter 35. Minutes passed. Anova knew not how many. She was still staring after him when she felt she could move again. Of course I'm coming after him. He'd be hollow-headed to think otherwise. Despite the firm words she said to him in her head, Anova felt she left her heart behind her as she ran after him in the gloom woods. She could still catch up to him. Hell, she could still smell him as his earthy scent wound through the trees. Juris's words rattled around in her head as she followed his trail. Anova stopped. She shivered, though it wasn't a cold night. His words ran through her over and over. And when have you been a stranger to fucking lies? Fae Queen. She'd become what she'd despised. She was one of the things that had murdered her mother. Something out of the corner of her vision moved then. She hadn't smelled or heard anything. Anova jerked around but saw nothing except streams of moonlight between the trees. It fell between branches, slicing through them to the ground. Anova's blood ran cold as ice as she finally saw something among the gloom. A familiar hissing double voice called to her. Jumpy, are we? A scream stuck in her throat. This isn't real. This isn't real. It's just the moonlight. Oh, I'm very real. Malor's eyes were as red and malevolent as she'd remembered. His antlers threw shadows as he shifted. No, Malor continued. I'm as real as Zephyr, Anova. Before she could move, he stepped forward and touched her face. Gods, was he? It feels real because this is in my head. Anova shook her head and backed away from him like that would dispel the illusion. It didn't. She hadn't had a hallucination from the blood crown since she'd been human. But this was surely another of them. Not so. I'm here because you've accepted me. Malor's voice raised the hairs on her arms. That doesn't make sense. I saw you die, Anova said between her teeth. Haven't you guessed what I am yet? Malor tilted his head so his antlers were highlighted in the pale light. He closed the distance between them again.
Or do you not want to know?
You're part of the crown, Anova whispered. Malor had always seemed to her a being more of magic and spite than one of flesh and blood. But this...
Arian gave much to make me physical, Malor said. Until then, I'd been a mere voice in his head.
She hadn't heard the previous High King's name in so long that it took Anova a few seconds to realize who he'd meant. And then the rest of what he'd said hit her. This must have been how he'd gone crazy, she realized. She backed away further and hissed. What could you want from me, you devil?
Now, that's the problem here. You're the devil. We are one and the same.
Malor cocked his head to one side.
The pitiable human is right.
Anova raised her voice in the gloomy quiet. No, he's not. But he was gone. And so was her hope of finding Juris, she realized. A wordless yell tore through her. None of it made sense.
No, it does, something in her argued. The problem is you don't want to face it.
She was tired of what or who she was supposed to be. No matter what Juris said to her, no matter if he wanted to never see her again, he'd been here because of her. And he'd been the closest thing to family she'd had for years. She needed to find him. She needed to help Cadmus. She needed to fix everything. Her fingers dug against her scalp as she sank to her knees. She didn't want to look through the shadows anymore in case they took other forms like High King Arian himself, dead as he was. Juris, she whispered, but she knew he was gone from here. And he doesn't want me by him anyway. What the hell have I become? She said, too quiet for anyone else to hear. Just then, she felt a soft touch at her forehead. Anova looked up to see Viridia, small and flexing her wings where she sat on her. At least I can still call you a friend, she said in an admittedly weak voice. She held out a finger for her to climb to. We have to go from here. Without thinking on it further, she knew what to do. Anova held her other hand out to a pure white moonbeam. I need something to feed you so you can grow strong again, my friend. The light poured, turning to liquid silver before her eyes. Anova held her breath. Somehow, she'd learned this. Fey magic. It wasn't like using the crown. It didn't build in her body to the point of bursting. The magic felt cool to the touch. Viridia alighted on her other hand and drank her fill of it. As she grew in the air before her, Anova knew what to do. Even if he didn't want to see her anymore or even care what happened to her, she cared for him. She said to the butterfly, Find Juris. Keep him safe. Get him out of here, please. Viridia, now as grown as a horse, nuzzled Anova's palm. Her tiny ebony hairs rippled in the breeze. A moment later, she turned from Anova and galloped into the thick gloom faster than Anova could run. Thank you. Chapter 36. Anova's heart pounded until she found Hellmyr. She needed him to live. Despite how much of an ass he could be, he didn't deserve to be left alone and unconscious on such a night when moon madness filled their veins. And without him, there would be bedlam. It was possible there'd even be a civil war to find the next ruler of Fae. But there's a real reason you can't have him die, a voice inside her said. It's because you'd be the replacement. Anova ignored this thought as she checked his vital signs. His pulse was regular, and he was still unconscious. Not that it matters now that it's impossible to get there in time tonight. Viridia was gone, and not even a horse would get them to the Wolfsbane estate before the sun rose again. Anova curled into herself next to him on the ground. It was then that she remembered what had happened on the lake. She'd been dancing with Cadmus, or rather a shadow of magic that looked like him. They'd moved in a pattern like the waltz they'd danced on the morning she'd woken as a fae, when she'd known he was alive again. She'd cried when the dream had ended. Her fists trembled. None of it mattered now. She'd given up her only way back to him. And after tonight, did Cadmus believe she would come back for him? Had Miriam told him? Would Alice hurt them for her failure tonight? What wouldn't she do to him, to all of them? She swallowed the sobs inside her, but her shoulders shook from the force of holding them back. There was a life inside her, dependent on her, and she couldn't even protect that. Soft footfalls broke into her thoughts. Anova jerked herself upright on the ground, her heart tumbling inside of her. It didn't smell like a fae or a human. Her breath froze in her chest when she saw. The creature's lavender eyes were on her, too. After a moment, the unicorn padded closer, her eyes not leaving Anova's except for a brief glance at Hellmyr. After a moment, she continued closer. She remembered Hellmyr saying that unicorns didn't like those who had unpure hearts. But she didn't appear so bothered by his presence now, stopped as she was before the both of them. The unicorn lowered her head until her snout touched Anova's forehead. Anova didn't dare move in case she startled her. It was then that a strange thought occurred to her. Your name is Nemesia. Anova frowned. She knew it to be true, and yet, how had she known? Nemesia moved a step away, and Anova came to her feet, barely breathing. Quietly, she said, Where have you been? This is your lake, isn't it? Nemesia's gaze moved to the trees and back. I'm sorry, she breathed. They're here because of me. I hope you weren't driven from your home. But something in her eyes changed. Had Anova misunderstood? She tried to remember what she'd learned about unicorns. She knew laughably little. Can I help you? She tried again. When silence met her, heat prickled at the back of her neck and she shifted her footing. She was alone, in a wood, talking to an animal of myth. This was an intelligent creature, certainly, but that didn't mean the unicorn could understand her words, right? Anova's hand moved to Nemesia's sleek hide. She was warm. Anova listened to her heartbeat, trying to time the strange and inhuman rhythm. Nemesia's heart beat faster at her touch, but she didn't pull away from her. Is this what you want? Anova said. Her hand moved to where her mane spilled, tumbling over her pure white body. You're beautiful, she whispered. Nemesia moved so she was in the path of the moonlight, her eyes still on Anova. Her heart sped up again. Anova stared. Could she want? Suddenly, she knew what to do. Her other hand collected the silver light in her palm, and she closed her eyes. I want to grant Nemesia's wish, she thought. She had no idea how any of this worked, but before she could reconsider, the moon nectar had spilled to the unicorn's hide. The air shimmered between them. Nemesia whinnied and backed up by several steps. Anova gasped. As the unicorn raised on her back legs, something grew from the moonbeams pouring on her. Small stubs from her back formed into wings, silver like the moon and larger even than Viridia's. It was the most magnificent thing Anova had ever seen. She'd become a thing of myth, a winged unicorn. Nemesia kicked at the dirt and locked gazes with Anova. This had been what she'd wanted, she realized. With careful steps, Anova came by her side once again. Juris couldn't stop running. Around him, the woods flickered with strange lights as he sprinted. He couldn't be sure, but he felt they watched him. They blinked, moving between distant trees and fading before he could see them better. A chill ran up his spine. Was this the magic of the Fae? Or something else entirely? His body wanted to quit more than anything, but he couldn't afford to stop. Noises in the bushes sounded, getting closer. His stomach dropped when he considered what it could be. No. He didn't want to think that. Not about him. Not about any of them. But the thoughts crashed through him anyway. What if that rabid Fae came back? Hellmyr had injured and humiliated the other Fae, making him vow never to return. But Hellmyr wasn't here now. Well, he would fight him. Kill, even. He was no Fae's plaything. Never again. Juris's head shot up. The disturbance came from the direction he'd been heading in, away from the noises. Her spindle legs flicked off the highest branch above him to float to the ground with a grace that was impressive for her size. "Viridia!" he croaked. Juris had never felt happier to see the butterfly, even if her present form unnerved him still. He approached her, one of his palms stretched toward her. Her black compound eyes watched, only breaking contact for her delicate head to move into his palm. "I'm sorry," he whispered, "but I need to ask a favor." He lowered himself so his face was at her level. "I need to get back to where we came from. Do you remember it?" He didn't belong in this wretched place. He never had. If Anova did, well then that was her business now. She wasn't the Anova he'd known. Chapter 37. The air nipped at Juris's feet and fingers as it rushed past Viridia's delicate wings. He thought he'd left his stomach somewhere on the ground below. Every time he looked down, his last meal bubbled into his throat. Breathing out his nose helped, as did not looking down. The air was colder up here. At least the moon's bloated light revealed more of the land around them. "She sent you, didn't she?" he asked the magicked creature. Of course, she didn't answer. She didn't have to, either. Anova was somewhere below, with her kind. He'd done his part and gotten the Fae King's attention off her. What had happened that night wasn't her fault, a part of him argued. He'd been the one to wander from the lakefront. The wrong place at the wrong time. Too bad all of Fae was the wrong place if you were a human. And somewhere below was Hellmyr, drugged by Anova's new magic to be brought to the witch Alice. A swallow scratched his throat. This was the right decision. This was how he got out of here alive, no matter what his fool heart felt. All they do is trick and manipulate, he reminded himself. He couldn't afford to believe that Hellmyr had real feelings for him. He was in love with Anova. All Juris had been was a distraction for what the Fae King couldn't have. Juris had known that from the start. As he stared towards the horizon where the human realm slept, something happened. His vision dipped to the side suddenly, and air left him as his throat tightened around a silent yell. And then they were falling. There was little Juris could do besides cling to Viridia. Below him, her body shrunk, her wings losing the air that they had soared through only seconds before. Soon, her body squirmed from the weight of Juris, and he knew what he had to do. She was smaller now than a foal, and he'd have no choice in seconds. He jumped. The tree below him carved off bits of his skin as he fell through its branches. All around him were flashes of moonlight, sky, and the ground rising beneath him. The yell in his throat never left him. The world stopped, and pain burst against his side. He was suspended a few feet above the ground when he'd smacked into the branch that had blocked his fall. Juris breathed through his nose for several seconds, trying to will his heart to stop falling too. He couldn't tell in this darkness whether they'd even left Eastwoe yet. Juris cursed his luck. At least nothing seemed broken. They were right, he realized. This moon magic is running thin, and on tonight of all nights when it should be most powerful for them. He didn't dare look up into the sky to see it, though the moon's strong beams illuminated the sparsely wooded area well enough. Something below him made his breath catch. A worn pack had been hung by its single strap on a low branch of a tree nearby. Underneath it was a rudimentary hunting bow. Someone else was here. Juris didn't move. Motion caught his attention in his periphery. Viridia, small as a regular butterfly again, alighted on his arm. Her eyes were bright as she looked to him and then took to the air again so that she landed on a branch just out of arm's reach. As he looked to where she landed, he saw it then. The Fae who the pack must have belonged to. In water just deep enough to be called a river, his head emerged. Water clung to his hair, revealing the sharp ears that parted them. Juris stilled in the tree. The Fae hadn't seen or otherwise detected him yet. An idea sparked within him, dark and risky. But it would be riskier to continue by foot until another Fae found him and tried to make him his brain-addled prisoner. Juris decided then. He'd had enough of that. As soon as the Fae's head disappeared under the water again, Juris moved. He couldn't stop himself from making noise, so he worked quickly. Luck was on his side this time, and Juris found arrows in the pack. After grabbing the wide hunting bow, he crept to the water's edge. A soft, feather-light pressure landed on his shoulder. If his nerves hadn't been so string-tight, he would have smiled. "Okay, you can stay," he mouthed to Viridia. She opened and closed her wings once in response. He'd have to find some sugar water for her when he could afford to stop moving towards the boundary forests. Somehow he didn't feel so alone with her. He positioned them behind the brambles of the thick bushes that lined the riverside. In the shadows, he tested his ability to draw an arrow and nearly broke the bow in the process. Juris's hands slicked with sweat. His eyes flicked to the river. The Fae emerged downstream, but his eyes didn't leave the water. He appeared to be searching for something. The Fae dove into the water again, and his body moved like a fish even when he swam against the current. For not the first time, Juris cursed their perfection. Too soon, the Fae broke the surface of the river again. Juris had no time to practice it anymore. He drew one of the arrows he'd taken from the Fae's pack and stepped out of the brush, aiming it to the back of the Fae's head. "Try any magic and I'll release one. We'll see who gets who first," Juris announced. He kept far enough from the riverbank to make sure he wouldn't be ensorcelled by Fae magic. According to Anova, such magic needed direct contact. Even so, he needed to be close enough to make the threat count. "Dying by my own weapon? How crass." The Fae looked back at Juris when he said it. Recognition shot through him, and he saw something similar bolt through the Fae at the sight of Juris. Juris couldn't help it. He nearly fired the arrow when he saw who it was.
"You're him. Wolfsbane," he murmured.
"Yes," the Fae said carefully. His eyes tracked the nocked arrow in the bow that Juris still held. He wasn't going to lower it so easily. Even so, Juris blinked in surprise. This didn't make sense.
"Anova said you're supposed to be—"
Juris stopped himself. He was being an idiot. Wolfsbane completed the thought for him.
"Leander, not Cadmus."
Something in the words made Leander's mouth tighten. The expression was gone in an instant.
"And you're one of Anova's friends."
He'd said it like the word had only just occurred to him. Like he'd meant to say, human servant. Juris still didn't lower his weapon. Even if they knew each other, that didn't mean they were on the same side. That had been proven to him too many times lately. Leander's eyes were still on the bow Juris had stolen from him. Neither of them had moved an inch in their conversation, though Juris's arm ached and trembled from holding it. And he was sure the Fae saw that. The time for acting like this was a casual conversation was over.
"All I need is a few drops of magic imbued with the intention of returning her to the size of a steed."
He'd learned how it worked from Anova. He motioned to Viridia with his chin as he spoke.
"Enough to last until the boundary forests. I'll even leave you your weapon, so long as we get what we need, of course."
Leander Wolfsbane stared back at him. When the Fae finally spoke, the words came out through a smile, but Juris felt like shivering.
"Fortunately for your neck, it appears we have a mutual goal. In payment for not dispatching your head far from the rest of you, you'll take me to the boundary forests too."
Leander stepped fully from the riverbank and continued speaking. The smile had fallen from his face.
"Just don't threaten me again. Is that a deal, human?"
Chapter 38. The cool night air brushed against her face. Anova held Hellmyr in her arms, funneling into him moonlight magic to keep him unconscious. What she was doing would be an act of war between the two of them. Anova tightened her grip on him to keep them both on Nemesia. He'd trusted her tonight, but he'd already proven to her the trust they'd had between each other had been fractured well with hairline cracks. Too soon, the trees where she knew blocked the estate emerged on the horizon ahead of them. They were close. The Soralands ran underneath Nemesia's wings, a land bountiful and empty. She kept her gaze on the copse of trees that would best hide them as they descended. As she whispered to Nemesia where to land, memories of a different dark night haunted her. It had been the night she'd come back into Fae after escaping jail in Urbes. Then, too, she had been on her way to save Cadmus. Except this time, it was up to her and her alone to free them all. As Nemesia landed, her feet graceful upon the earth, Hellmyr still didn't stir. What would she have said to him if he had woken by now? There would have been no words. She kept one hand on his shoulder as she led Nemesia through the wooded area towards the field of flowers, signaling the Wolfsbane lands. She hoped it would all be worth it, that there would still be lives to save here. Anova suddenly felt their frenzied heartbeats before hearing the rest of them. Erratic. Excited. Anova deflected the worst of their arrows with a wave of the crown's magic. Nemesia whinnied behind her but didn't buck off Hellmyr blessedly.
"Enough!"
she snarled at the men in the woods around her.
"You are weak to try this. Take me to her or die here. Either way, I'll find her."
They emerged around her, men like the ones she used to trick in taverns, like the constables who used to hunt her, like the ones who used to give her coins when she'd once begged for them.
"Prove he yet lives first, and that you are not a fae wearing another's face sent to trick us."
It was a valid concern, she admitted to herself. The one who spoke wore the most knives and bows strapped across his body. Surprisingly, he was only a few years older than she was, and despite that fact, he seemed their commander. She would have once called men like him handsome. Now she kept one eye on him because the others seemed to respect him. If something happened and she needed to cut loose these boys, that would be the chain link to break. Free the head, and the body would follow. She breathed. That was definitely the thought of a fae. After they saw that Hellmyr still lived, and she subjected herself to the effects of magic nullifying salt for a moment, they led her through the trees draped in wisteria to the Wolfsbane Manor. It seemed, once again, their enemies had taken it. Anova parted from Nemesia just as they left behind the woods. The men made the unicorn nervous, and besides, Anova didn't want her caught in Alice's plans. As the grand doors of the entry hall slammed behind them, the men carrying Hellmyr started forward to the heart of the manor while the others, including their captain, tried to usher her to another room. "Where are you taking him?" Anova stopped. The human men behind her shifted, their weapons coming to their hands.
"They are taking his fae majesty to the negotiations room."
Their captain came before her, blocking her vision of Hellmyr with his body. Derision was clear in his voice from the way he'd said his title. "Where he goes, so do I, until I get what is due to me," she amended at the end. Without Hellmyr, she had no bargaining power, or at least that's the reason for staying with him that she told herself. But their captain relented, and she was walked through the manor that she knew too well. As she was escorted through, she noticed more and more humans, some of which were women. Her skin crawled. It certainly seemed Alice was ready for a war. Her escort party arrived in the study moments after Hellmyr's procession did. He was left in one of Cadmus's chairs, head lolling to one side and his chest slow to rise. A human guard had been stationed to him. Even so, he looked vulnerable, more than she ever remembered him seeming. This was the wrong way to bring him here. But when the answer could have been no, or even when the answer could have been to lock her in his dungeons for her treason against him, what choice had she had? Anova stepped forward. Alice was in the middle of the library, speaking to the captain of the men. "Where are they, Alice?" she called. "They're alive." She spared a look at her, her eyes lingering just a second too long on the blood crown before returning to meet her gaze. "Your friends are safe where they are." When she returned to speak with her captain again, Anova couldn't hold it inside her anymore. The energy of the blood crown flooded her veins, coming to her hands. The others tried to stop her, but the attack was already in motion. The sounds of their swords drawing became the accompaniment to her dance. Strangely, it was of Hellmyr who she thought as she pulled a crystalline spear of ice from nothingness. This was how he'd fought her just before ensorceling her. The shard arced through the air as she dodged the men grappling for her. She'd long ago become faster than them, even as a human girl. "Then show them to me," Anova said. Her crystal weapon hovered in the air as close to Alice's throat as she could get. Her captain's blade was at Anova's throat in a similar fashion, but she didn't care any longer. Ever since she'd walked inside the estate, Anova had had a terrible feeling in the pit of her belly. A feeling that she was already too late. Alice's smile was frigid. "As the fae wishes." Without breaking their gaze, she ordered her men to bring them all to the study. It seemed that's all she was to Alice now. Anova should have taken the moment to investigate Alice's forces for a weakness, but she couldn't seem to concentrate from her anger at the witch. Well, she'd done her part for humanity. And Anova had to admit that Hellmyr didn't hold a candle to his father's cruelty when it came to humans. As the humans pulled a table from the dining room to the study for the negotiations to follow, Anova considered that there was a possibility that things could change tonight. Or Hellmyr will stir, and he will kill them all out of anger and confusion. But she wasn't so sure that would be the worst thing. And then he'll move on to me. Anova! By the time she turned to see Della, she'd already slammed into Anova with a breathtaking hug. I'm Fae, not invulnerable, Anova muttered once the other woman had relented. She winced from the force. Even so, she couldn't keep the joy from spreading through her at seeing her and Maris enter the study surrounded by armed humans. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? She asked Maris under her voice. But she wasn't paying attention to her. She was looking at Della, whose eyes were on Anova, or rather, whose eyes were on Anova's middle. Anova didn't breathe. These two knew her too well. She couldn't have been showing, not yet anyway, but something must have tipped her off. Our hug, she realized. She must have felt a bump. In the moment between realizing that she had a bump and finding the words to say to Della, Anova saw something. Her gaze had wandered to one of the high shelves of books in the study. On top of one, like a trophy, was a jar with a lid tight on it. Inside was a bright, unmoving moth. Something was deeply wrong here. Anova's stomach cramped. Undoubtedly, the unmoving moth in the jar was Lycasta. The words of the man who had started a fire in the Eastwell Palace came to mind. The insects you've stepped on are here, and the moth won't be enough. They captured her after I asked her to deliver a message to Nerium here. That must have been when Viridia got hurt, Anova realized all at once. Is she? Anger surged through her like a different kind of magic. Not even Lycasta deserved that. Alice wasn't here to talk with Hellmyr peacefully. No, this was already a war. And she'd been too dull to see it. Or too unbothered by the idea, she considered bitterly. At the same moment, a voice soared through the study. You told me she was dead! Each of his words cracked like thunder. It was Cadmus. The look in his eyes was wild and more furious than she'd ever seen. His clothes had been torn and frayed in places, and rings lined the skin under his eyes like he hadn't slept since she'd seen him. It took several of her men to restrain him from getting to Alice. Anova's head snapped to the witch. What the hell are you playing at, Alice? She was already lurching towards her, magic surging to her fingertips. Get back! Her captain snapped at her, his sword raised as he placed himself between her and Alice. But Alice stepped out of his protection to face her again. You can see he's not harmed. None of them have been. Anova could barely register anything outside of what was in front of her, but she heard Della and Maris reunite with Nerium somewhere in the study. They'd separated the women from the Fae. That remains to be seen, Anova bit back. For the first time since he'd been brought forth, she allowed her sight to linger on him. His eyes were already on her. Anova's breath was stolen for moments. It was like that morning that she'd seen him for the first time after learning she'd saved him from death. It was like he was the only other person in the room. They tried to break his mind. Nerium had reached him with the girls a few paces behind them. The men who had restrained him had allowed their grip to slacken now that Cadmus wasn't fighting them tooth and nail. With no small effort, she broke their stare to glance back at Alice. Why have you done all this? The real reason, Alice, she emphasized. For mere seconds, a strange look flickered across Alice's face.
Answer me something first.
Anova realized that the strange look was sincerity. She narrowed the gulf between them by several steps. Her words were a murmur, like they weren't in the middle of a crowd of spectators.
Have you sided with them so completely?
Her eyebrows lifted toward the crown.
With that?
Anova didn't have an answer. It was then that she noticed two things. First, men had lifted Hellmyr from his chair and were spreading him on the negotiations table. Second, Nerium was speaking rapidly in Cadmus's ear, one hand like iron on his shoulder. Della was at his other side, her face white. Maris was pulling her back. Cadmus's mouth moved too fast for her to read it, but he was clearly arguing with the other Fae. She felt as if her stomach had dropped. His gaze refocused on her belly, and in his eyes was a curious look. He seemed to stop breathing. It was fear. Della told him, she realized. But why now? What's going on? Why is he afraid? Sweat beaded at her forehead and coated her back. Something awful was going to happen here. It was then that she noticed Hellmyr's shirt had been removed. Anova's voice caught in her throat.
You wanted to know the reason,
Alice said, her words too soft for what was happening around them.
To change the world, to stop the atrocities, even if it means committing one more before they all end.
It was a promise and a threat. Out of her cloak, she pulled a knife that glinted when she moved, and she slashed its length along Hellmyr's open chest. Chapter 39. Juris kept away from Leander as Viridia rose through the low-hanging clouds of Fae. The soft, moonlit landscape underneath them would have been beautiful to him if he hadn't ever set foot on its land. But he supposed that's how the Fae were themselves. Beautiful, but terrible. Juris considered what it would be like on the other side of Fae again. He couldn't go back to Mara's. Hinterfell had been watching it. The last chance was tempting, but no matter how easy it would be, he didn't want to go back there. Mikhail wouldn't ask questions about where he'd been or what had happened, he knew. Just as he hadn't before. Not like someone else Juris knew. Not about his scars, his history, or his life. Those things couldn't be trusted to anyone else. That was clear. He felt the stunning cold of the metal before he felt the iron grip on the rest of him. Behind him, Leander had produced a knife and was holding it to his throat. He couldn't move. Juris laughed, and it was a bitter thing swallowed by the thin air around them. Somehow he'd broken his record for being a trusting fool.
Of course, he said. Go ahead and rob me. Every last thing I own is on me now. Clothes and all.
But Leander didn't move. He was quiet until he said,
All I want is for us to land up ahead. I'll take my bow and arrows. You can have your mount back and be on your way to leave this place.
Juris stared ahead of them. He was damned tired of these creatures. Why the Fane? Why insist you wanted to get to the boundary forests too?
You wouldn't have agreed otherwise, Leander said in a flat voice. I could tell.
As they landed and Juris saw where they were, he was forced to agree. Among the greenery and showy displays of flora, a Fae manor sprouted from the ground. But even from a distance, he could see that it was crawling with humankind. This was where Alice's army was stationed. And if Anova had been successful, it was where she, Hellmyr, and the others were having their so-called peace talk. The Fae look-alike took his pack, including his 2 weapons. He worked quickly, fixing the bow to his back and his previously hidden knife at his waist. Before he could disappear into the night, Juris stood in his way. After a stunt like that, he wasn't just going to let him go. "Why?" he said dully. "Why did you want me to come here?" Leander's hand nearest his knife twitched, but it remained there. "I know of the situation my dear brother has embroiled himself in, though quite honestly I'm not here for him. Someone else I care about is here, undoubtedly as a captive." He shifted out of Juris's path, shifting his gaze away at the same moment. "Even if I never wanted to see her again, I have to know she's..." He didn't have to complete the thought. Even so, Juris didn't get it. From Anova, he knew the terrible story of the fated love gone wrong. Lycasta and Leander. Lycasta had manipulated her way into having this twin live while the other died for him. It didn't seem to be a decision Leander agreed with when he'd discovered the truth. "She betrayed you. She orchestrated Cadmus's death," Juris contended. "How can you choose that?" "Because I can't let her die for nothing." Leander stopped, closed his eyes, and admitted through his teeth. "Because it's not a choice." The Fae didn't wait for Juris to respond to that. He'd disappeared into the trees like a shadow. Besides, Juris wasn't sure he could have responded. He stared after him. "It's not a choice." Leander's words echoed in Juris's head. But life was nothing but choices. There was always a choice. Despite this being his home, the Fae had nearly left this land for good. That had been a possible choice. So was rescuing the lying she-Fae who would be happy to kill Cadmus and Anova if it meant her own lover would benefit. Juris was at Viridia's side. If he didn't want to get caught in this mess, they needed to leave now. Urbess was close. "There is always a choice," Juris repeated. His eyes squeezed shut. "Hellmyr doesn't care for you like that. Not like he does for Anova." But what if he chose to ignore that? His heart galloped at the possibility, at the hurt he would allow for himself. Well, that was a choice, too. His nails punched into his palms. Hurt was certainly a choice. He whispered to Viridia to wait for him until dawn before he ran to follow the path that the Fae had taken. Juris had found Leander in moments. He'd been stalking the property like a cat before its quick-footed prey. Crouching in the brush near him, he held one of his hands out. "The bow, or the knife?" Leander looked at him. "Leave me before you retract them." "You need help," Juris said. It was obvious. Even though he was a Fae, quicker and more powerful than the men surrounding the estate, there were many more of the men. His pride was going to get him caught. "I don't need your help." Leander's voice made it clear what he thought of Juris's abilities. Juris wanted to laugh. Instead, he pulled an object from his pocket and tossed it to the Fae. Leander stared at the ring in his palm. "When did you get this off me?" Juris was going to miss that one. He'd really considered selling it to his favorite fence in Urbess, but this was perhaps an even more valuable use for it. "I don't know. I think I'd rather you tell me," Juris said. "Was it when you were feeding Viridia moon magic? Or was it when you threatened me with your sharp Fae knife? Or was it when you were complaining how bad I smelled?" Juris smiled. It had been none of those moments, but he didn't want to spill all his secrets in one night. But the Fae didn't seem to think it so funny. Juris continued. "I've been sneaking in and out of places since I could walk. I've been fighting since boys started taking bets on who could beat me the best." Leander only looked to the ring. Perhaps he was thinking the same thing. How much this would have made Juris's life easier if he'd continued with it to her best. Or maybe he wasn't. His kind were often difficult to read. After a moment, Leander fixed the ring on his finger and pulled the knife and its leather sheath from his waist.
"I will abandon you as soon as you become a liability, you know," he said.
"Do you think I would do differently?" Juris asked.
"There are no magical wards here, only a generous barrier of salt,"
Leander explained. Together, they'd taken down all the guards on this side of the estate without any of her other men realizing. After they'd piled them in the bushes, Juris had realized they made a surprisingly efficient team. Juris stared until he explained further.
"I could break the line,"
Leander said, pointing to the scattering of it like snow at the base of the manor.
"But it will nullify my ability with magic for a time. I'd rather not risk it right now. The witch seems fond of the stuff, but she didn't bargain on a human breaking in. Only Fae."
"I'm useful now, is that it?" Juris said, crossing his arms.
"It appears that way,"
Leander said, and Juris wasn't so sure if he was joking or serious. Even so, he did as Leander instructed and cleared a section of the salt from the base of the manor. After, Leander led them straight to the tree that leaned nearest a high-set window looking inside the manor's study. Juris's blood thundered through him. This was where all the action was. They'd already traded all the information they knew between them. Juris had revealed Anova's deal with the witch to bring her Hellmyr in exchange for releasing Cadmus and the others safely. Leander had told Juris how, despite their apparent split, he'd been tracking Lycasta's movements for some time since King Hellmyr had been hunting them both. He'd truly intended to leave Fae for those reasons, but he'd changed his mind when he saw what Lycasta was involved in. In the study below, Alice's men had surrounded them. Anova was there, as were Cadmus, his manservant, Della, and Maris. Juris stared. He hadn't seen those two from the Rosebud in some time, and it was admittedly unnerving seeing familiar faces in such a place.
"Cadmus,"
Leander murmured as he looked down on them.
"How could you get involved in this?"
The Fae almost looked disgusted. Juris wanted to tell him how he was needlessly involving himself in the situation, too, but he refrained from comment. It must run in the family, Juris considered silently. It was then that he saw a strange thing on the top of one of the bookshelves facing the room. Juris's stomach lurched. There was no mistaking what was inside that jar. The moth within it looked dead, like a macabre warning to the others. There was no question that it was Lycasta. Leander had already pulled out his bow and knocked an arrow along it, but his hands were trembling too much to keep it straight. Juris stared. He wasn't sure he'd ever seen such a thing from one of these creatures. Except Hellmyr trembled for me. Juris pushed that thought away with violence. Something told him Leander's trembling wasn't from the exertion of holding the arrow in place. It looked like Leander planned to break the glass of the window with his first strike at the jar to shatter it open, and then jump inside the mayhem below to save her. If there's a life left to save, Juris thought. As if he could hear Juris's thoughts, Leander spoke in a nearly inaudible voice.
"I have to try. I have to make sure."
Juris's voice was low when he responded. "Let me." A strange sound floated to the branches above them. He'd made the somber Fae laugh.
"Your terrible aim,"
Leander said to Juris after his laughter had subsided.
No, I don't mean that. He happened to agree with the Fae. I'm going in there anyway. Break the glass, I'll jump down, and then I'll help you get out your she-Fae. But you'll need to cover me. Why would?
But Leander must have seen why at that moment. For seconds, they both stared into the study below. The deal was going south. And then Juris saw it. A knife flashed in the witch's grip. Hellmyr's chest had been bared on the table before her. Something in Juris screamed. He growled to the Fae. Now! Do it! He didn't wait for him to break the window. There was no time anymore. Juris leapt. Chapter 40. Glass rained around Juris as he hit the ground. Leander's arrow sailed above him, having beaten him to the window by seconds. The world was chaos around him. But that's the way he tended to like it when he was breaking and entering. Juris didn't look where he wanted to. He couldn't if he wanted to rescue this she-Fae, and he still wasn't so sure what his plan was. It wouldn't be long before one of the witch's men got to him. Though he wasn't at the center of the commotion, he was sure he'd been noticed. Juris lurched to his feet where he'd landed at the base of the gigantic bookshelf. He wasted no time, kicking away books from their homes as he locked his feet where they'd been. He used the shelves to propel him higher along the steep climb. Below him, the bedlam continued, but the world was silent to him in those seconds. He'd been made for work like this, and in no time at all, his clammy fingers had found the jar at its height. Its slick surface nearly escaped his grip. The moth didn't move. That was when the sound of tearing flesh seared the air. In an instant, his world changed. He fell from the bookcase, landing among the shards again. She stabbed him. She's hurting Hellmyr, Juris thought with a frenzy. Juris couldn't focus for the anger suddenly inside him. His hands were trembling like Leander's had. He needed to do something. But what? There was too much already going on. Hellmyr's blood splattered nearly to the ceiling as she made a narrow cut along his neck. Not deep enough to kill, but she wasn't done. Save him, he yelled at himself. No matter what. He understood what Leander had meant now. This was no choice at all. In his fist still was the intact jar with the limp moth at its bottom. Leander's eyes were on him now. Maybe even his arrow point. This, too, wasn't a choice. The Fae would understand, even if he hated Juris for it. And he most certainly would. Juris placed the jar fully in the small bag that he'd slung across his back before entering the dwelling. It jostled against Juris's borrowed knife. Leander was going to do him a little favor. What are you doing? Anova yelled at the witch. Stop it! She was carving him open. Her men tried to hold Anova back, but she slipped easily out of their hands. Hellmyr was going to bleed out on the table before them. And it was all her fault. Hold her back, Alice commanded as she readied her knife for another incision. But Anova couldn't be stopped. Magic readily ran to her fingertips, answering the demand she shouted to herself. She felt Cadmus moving from the other side of the room, too. He was yelling her name, and there was a crash somewhere. It all became white noise to her. Anova was going to kill Alice with her own hands. None of this was what she'd agreed to. But it might as well have been, a dissenting voice sniggered inside her. You brought him to her on a gleaming platter. It sounded like the crown's phantom, Malice, but she shoved that thought aside. She had no time for delusions. Someone else was running to him, and she realized a second too late that it was Juris. Her heart wasn't done strangling itself inside her chest. She fought to breathe. What's he doing here? She shouted Juris's name, but he didn't seem to notice. He'd almost made it to Hellmyr and Alice. It was then that Hellmyr opened his eyes. The rest of his sentence was a gurgle. He spat blood, and his eyes happened to rake across his body fully then. He tried to rise, but his limbs had been tied to the table to keep him sprawled there. His gaze was frenzied, and it bounced between himself, the walls, the humans, the witch, and Anova. Anova felt gutted, as if it were her being carved apart by a witch. He was confused. He finally focused on Alice, likely the only piece of the puzzle that made sense to him. "Release me, you witch," he seethed. He was pale. Alice smiled, though there was no joy to it. "Welcome to the night of the dead moon, Fey King," she announced to him. But he hadn't seemed to listen. Sweat had beaded at his forehead, sticking some of his raven locks to his face. Without deciding to, Anova had started running for him again. "Let him go!" The words dragged out of her. When she spoke, Hellmyr's gaze froze on her. You. The words were hardly loud enough to carry to her, but his tone was enough to turn her stomach. He'd finally understood how he'd gotten there, bound and bleeding. "Hellmyr, I didn't mean for—" She'd started, but Hellmyr had already moved on. He was staring at Juris, where he'd nearly made it to the table. Anova's hair stood on end. It was a look of pure hate. He'd realized that they'd betrayed him. That in a moment of rare vulnerability for the Fey King, they'd drugged him and delivered him like a prized pig to Alice. Juris had had the benefit of being human, and thus seeming to Alice's men one of them. But it hadn't taken long for them to realize that he wasn't their ally. They stopped him, pulling him back by his limbs. One of the men threw a punch to his gut, and Juris doubled over in pain. "In truth, it wasn't your blood specifically that I needed, Fey King," Alice said to him. She stepped before Hellmyr to redirect his attention to her. He bared his teeth at her, and the hate poured from him. She continued. "The blood of any powerful Fey would have done, of any magical being strong enough. But I will not spill innocent blood. We are no monsters." He snapped at her. "And killing monsters is no crime at all. Is that right?" But Alice didn't respond. She said something else entirely. "Do you remember her? Do you remember her face when you look on mine with such revulsion?" Just as Hellmyr's lip pulled back, seemingly to fire off another retort, he stopped. He didn't even seem like he was breathing. The change in his expression was disturbing. A new paleness had spread across him. His voice was low. "That wasn't my choice." Anova's stomach turned. Alice was referring to her mother. "It wasn't, no," Alice agreed. "But you remember that Fey Lord pleading to your then king for retribution when she damaged you, for sparing your life when others had called to end it." She wasn't done. Anova wanted to shout at her to stop, but she couldn't seem to speak. "You remember ensorceling humans and how much fun it was turning a child into a torch that'd die when burnt to ash? You remember this?" Hellmyr only stared back. "And to think, your only punishment was to be cursed to love a human." Alice blinked, seeming to realize something then. Her lips parted. Hellmyr's face also changed in a strange way. His eyes were on Alice, though not in a glare. No, it almost seemed like he was begging her to. To what? Anova didn't understand.
Don't say it.
His voice was hoarse.
Not now.
But Alice wasn't looking at him anymore. Ah, that's the one. Her face softened. The human you are fated to by the curse. Alice was staring at Juris. Chapter 41. Juris didn't understand, though he had up until that point. Anova had told him about how Hellmyr, the human-hating fae, had been cursed from a young age with the destiny of loving a human. It had been meant as a punishment for cursing humans carelessly in their lands. It was why he was hopelessly in love with Anova. His mind repeated the last two words. With Anova. But everyone was looking at him. No, this wasn't supposed to be. Hellmyr thought of him as a distraction, a novelty, a runner-up prize. Nothing more. And yet, Hellmyr looked afraid. The fear shifted to hate in the span of a blink. Hellmyr. His name was a plea on Juris's lips. No, he'd tricked and drugged him. Juris was the reason so much of the Fae King's blood was on the floor. Juris slipped through the grasp of the men holding him and ran for the Fae King. "Let him go!" he shouted over the others. But before he could get any weapons out, something started to happen. Their gazes moved from Juris to something just above him. Men, fae, and witch alike focused their attention on the spot. Dread crawled like a slug in his belly. Juris looked up. Anova watched it materialize like a shadow cast by nothing. First, it was barely more than a dark glimmer on the air. Then came the smile. Suddenly, Cadmus's voice was calling her name over the chaos, but the sound was cut off. Anova and her allies were pushed to the floor by an unseen force. When she craned her neck from the ground, her stomach dropped. It was Rietvar. He was in his human-like form, his silver hair pushed behind his rounded ears. Anova wasn't near ready to see him again. Panic started to claw up her throat, threatening to spill past her lips. She hadn't yet formed any plan for him or really learned much about the one called Purveyor of Souls. That was, except the fey tales she'd dug up in the archives. But looking at how real he was now, Anova was hard-pressed to think that it meant anything to this creature. She was out of time. Her heart throbbed like it could escape. Anova had to get them out of here. The smile stayed on his face as, with a wave of his hand, he forced Anova and the others closer to the floor from where they'd started to struggle. "Your guests will have to wait to assault me, I'm afraid," he said to Alice. He cocked his head to one side. "Unless you mean some of them as refreshments." But Alice didn't rise to the bait. "You will recall that you aren't to hurt any of the others here, else you renege on our deal." Any of the others. Anova's stomach clenched. The second part of what she'd said hit her then. Alice had bargained with Rietvar. She wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't heard it with her own ears. Anova had known that what she and Alice had before, something very much like friendship, was long since gone. But this, Anova didn't have words for it. "Of course not," Rietvar said, though his eyes flashed in the light. "You've done well, little witch." After he turned from Alice, he considered Hellmyr. "A prime specimen." The Fae King bared his teeth at him, though his chest heaved too deeply for him to be fine. One of the humans had staunched the bleeding at his throat, but he didn't look better for it. Anova couldn't let this happen. She blurted, "Don't hurt him." No matter who Hellmyr loved, and no matter who had Anova's own heart, she couldn't let him be sliced open again right in front of her. Rietvar's gaze darted to her. "And Anova." His smile for her was fake, and it made her want to rip her skin from her bones. "The soul thief. I hope you've enjoyed the dreams I've sent you." "What do you want?" Anova countered. She wasn't here to play games. But Rietvar's coal-black eyes darkened further. "You will see. I promise you that." Alice had stepped between them. By the hold of her shoulders, she seemed almost uncomfortable with their conversation. It made Anova's stomach squirm. "The dealmaker," she said as if reminding him. "Impatient, aren't we?" Rietvar grinned, but it was gone a second later. "Very well, as am I." Hellmyr had paled further. Red blood had dried brown into his clothes. At the sight of Rietvar, his chest rose and fell rapidly. The purveyor of souls approached him, and his fingers turned into claws as he pulled at the bandaging at Hellmyr's throat. "I accept the lifeblood of the Moonchild in payment," Rietvar said. The Fey King's screams echoed through the room as red splattered from his chest. Rietvar had raked his elongated claws across his bare skin. Anova struggled against the force holding her to the floor. Hellmyr didn't deserve this. No one did. "He didn't deserve what I did to him either," said a voice inside her. "Let him go," she said through a ragged breath. Suddenly, the magic in her body exploded from her. She was running for Rietvar, and no force of magic or man could have stopped her. She was going to strangle him. "And Anova, my soul thief," purred Rietvar. He tilted his head, and she saw how Hellmyr's blood still stained his hands. "You're coming with me." He focused his gaze on her stomach. "As is the child due to me." "You will not touch her!" Cadmus's words came out in a snarl. Several men were holding him back. "Due to me?" Rietvar's words echoed in her head. A deep fear had burrowed into her throat. She wanted to throw it up. "Due to me?" Sometime, she'd stopped running. The magic had died in her palms. "No. How?" The word clogged her throat. One hand formed a fist while the other went to her stomach. "This isn't yours." The faces of their captive audience stared back at her. "It's what I require for our bargain." Rietvar stalked around the table, blocking her vision of Hellmyr. "If you recall, you owe me one act of my own choosing. The only stipulations were that it not hurt you, and that I would collect payment sometime over a month from our agreement." His words were simple. "The child will be mine, Anova." "Not this!" The words dragged from her throat. "You don't get this!" Rietvar's black pit eyes were on her as he stepped closer. "Then I will take you now." At Rietvar's back, Cadmus leapt for him, the expression on his face like a beast's. He left behind him bleeding human men. His hands had gathered moonlight fire that danced angrily in his palms. He was going to kill him. In his eyes was a desperation she didn't recognize. They'd promised each other to live, that they'd live and not sacrifice themselves anymore. But Anova had a horrible feeling that he'd left behind their promise in that moment. "Cadmus!" she yelled, but he didn't falter. Rather than looking behind him at his attacker, Rietvar stared straight ahead and showed his teeth. "Amusing, but it's past time for the deal to be done." Too much happened at once. Rietvar snapped his claw-like fingers. Hellmyr began to writhe in pain, and the beams of moonlight flooding the room faded. Darkness filled the area like a pervasive shadow, and the noises coming from the Fey King quieted too quickly. Anova felt it inside her, like a bubbling pool of bile. Something terrible had happened. The dancing light in Cadmus's hands died just as Rietvar picked up a long blade left by one of the men. Even so, the son of the former High King's battle strategist didn't stop. Cadmus pivoted so that his body blocked Rietvar's access to Anova. But Rietvar was faster and stronger than she could understand. In one motion, Rietvar pushed him to the ground and planted the blade into his shoulder, pinning him to the floor. A scream ripped from Anova's throat. She rushed forward to do something, but a numbness spread through her where once magic had. "He's done it. The moon is..." A gasp of pain stole the rest of Cadmus's words. Anova's hands trembled where she tried to keep the blood from pouring out of him, but there was little she could do without magic or supplies. No, they hadn't fought this hard just for it all to end here. Somewhere outside the maelstrom that was her thoughts, she heard Rietvar's voice. "Now, just one more step to take, and the ritual will be complete." Anova's gaze darted up. She needed to get Cadmus out of here. She needed to get them all out. Rietvar held another blade above the heart of the Fey King. Hellmyr wasn't moving anymore. Chapter 42. Juris wasn't sure what the hell was going on anymore, inside him and around him. But the blade lunging for Hellmyr's heart was a dead certainty. The Lord of Death, the being called Rietvar, was going to kill Hellmyr, and not even Fey magic could repair that. A dissenting voice inside him argued that he might already be beyond all efforts, but Juris ignored this. Even though his guards had abandoned him by now, Juris knew he couldn't make it to Hellmyr in time to stop the attack. And even if Juris did, what could he do? He was just a human. But there's something even a weak human like me can do. Manipulate. Faster than he'd thought he could move, Juris dove into the bag slung across his body, found the glass jar and held it high above his head as he aimed it at the ground. The moth inside didn't move. This is not a choice, he reminded himself before squeezing his eyes shut to do the deed that he'd certainly curse himself for later. Before he shattered the glass, he heard it. It was a whistle on the air, barely noticeable in the chaos unless you were waiting for it. Juris opened his eyes just as Leander's arrow pierced the wrist that held the blade above Hellmyr's chest. The creature in a human skin howled, his fingers twitching with pain as he pulled out and crushed the arrow with his good hand. Leander's aim had been true. He'd hurt the Lord of Death. Even if their allies didn't seem to have their moon magic anymore, it seemed regular weapons worked just as well on him. Rietvar's smile was gaunt and hair-raising as he looked to the broken window where the arrow had come from. "You will regret that." If Juris had blinked, he would have missed it. One moment, the human-like Rietvar had been standing above Hellmyr's body. It only took him seconds to lunge forward so that his arms became front legs that supported his beastly frame. This new creature was something between a bear and wolf, and several sizes larger than either. Juris suspected that his maw could swallow a few men whole. Sweat slicked his palms now, so he shoved the jar into his armpit. He needed easy access to it so Leander would remain loyal to their cause. He was sorely aware that his cover wouldn't last long, and as he ran to the center of the room, he grabbed an abandoned sword. Some paces away from him was Anova. She was holding her fey boy. Couldn't do anything for them right now. Hellmyr was in worse shape, and that had to come first. Just before he got to Hellmyr, the witch Alice moved between him and the table where he'd been left. "Get out of my way!" he shouted at her. The sword in his hand was a comforting weight. Could he take on a witch?
"You might not agree, but what's happening here is important for humans," she said.
She truly believes in this hellscape, he realized.
"Oh, give up the righteousness already," Juris snapped. "What's happening here is only important for your vendetta."
Her eyes were like a winter night. Cold. Logical.
"He kidnapped you to steal her heart, didn't he? Do you feel so little self-worth that you idolize them so violently for their beauty and pretty words?"
Alice shifted her head, making strands of her dark hair fall from her face.
"Or is it because you feel you owe him reciprocation?"
"Neither," Juris said between his teeth.
"It's a spell, not like true love," Alice said to him.
Even though her face softened, light started to build in one of her palms. She was going to force him away with magic.
"You'll be..."
The air seemed to leave her lungs as another body tackled Alice. Della got her to the ground through a flurry of limbs. Maris surged forward to help Della pin the witch down. "Get your fae," she managed to say. "We'll buy you some time." Juris's heart couldn't help but tangle up in his chest. They hadn't seen each other in months, and they were still looking out for him, one of the brothel brats. He didn't deserve those two. After he threw the glass jar back into his pack, he cut the binds tying Hellmyr to the table and surrendered the blade to the ground. There was no time for it, but he had to bandage the worst of his wounds before hauling the Fey King across his back. His knees nearly buckled from the weight, but he couldn't give in to the floor quite yet. Beyond his immediate surroundings, destruction reigned. A fire had caught along several of the bookcases, and though Rietvar had been punctured with more arrows, he couldn't see any sign of Leander in the tree outside the broken window. Juris's stomach plummeted further when the white beast turned around, his claws scoring the floor as he darted back towards them. It seemed their cover had ended. Some paces away, Anova and Cadmus's manservant crouched over the fallen Fae. They all needed to get out of here. Now. It was then that heat blasted at his back, and he nearly dropped Hellmyr. Maris was beside him in a moment, her cheek bleeding and her chest heaving. Juris turned to see Alice with the sword he'd abandoned in her hand. Every few seconds, slick flames traipsed across its length. The light dazzled his eyes in the darkened room. Della was on the ground, her throat just in reach of the magicked sword.
"Drop the Fae," Alice said, her voice strangely void of emotion.
There was no saving them both, he saw. Without thinking, Juris sank to his knees, gently sliding Hellmyr to the floor as he did so. Juris's hands trembled. Hellmyr might have been a manipulator, but Juris had been worse. He'd used Hellmyr's feelings for him to bend him into vulnerability. Just so we could sell him to a witch. The witch approached.
"Hold him,"
Alice whispered above him. Rietvar was almost back to her side. Juris could already see how his claws elongated once more. He would puncture his heart clean through. Something in him raged at the thought, and he did something he'd never thought he'd do. Juris flung his body in front of Hellmyr's slack one, his teeth bared at the witch above them. "What I feel for him is real," he snarled at her. "So don't patronize me and tell me it's because I feel guilty. You're going to have to go through me first." At his words, Alice froze. But Rietvar didn't. The creature known as Death lunged for them both. Cadmus's breathing was labored, and despite her efforts, blood continued to soak from the wound. Anova knew it fully then. The source of fey magic was gone. Rietvar and Alice had done something to block the moon's influence. Her hands slicked with sweat. Even though his strength was surely waning, Cadmus gripped her hands with too much ferocity, and his eyes held hers in a prison.
"I thought you were gone," he said in a strange voice. "I dreamt of your death so much that I started to believe it."
He shook with anger.
"And when she let slip the same thing that I'd seen in my dreams."
Nerium was beside her, working as best as he could on the wound without magic. His voice, too, was strangely affected.
"She kept us in the underground training room. The witch left us with no lights except when her men sent us food."
Anova stared. She'd been a fool to trust Alice's word that she wouldn't harm them. And she'd put them all in further danger by bargaining with her. But what other choice was there? It was then that her attention was stolen by a blood-curdling howl. Rietvar, in his creature form, was bounding back towards the center of the study where they were all gathered. Her heart dropped. Juris's body blocked Hellmyr, but Rietvar would tear right through him to get to Hellmyr. A shuddering breath escaped her. How were they getting out of this? She had no weapons, no magic, and nothing more to bargain with. Everyone she'd ever cared about seemed to be bloodied and gasping for life before her. But she couldn't stand by and let them die before her. As if in response, the life in her stomach fluttered. They were getting out of here alive. Anova's hand gripped Nerium's shoulder. "Can you support his weight on your own? Can you run with him?"
"Anova, no."
Though he was too weak, Cadmus said the words like a command. Like he knew what she was about to try.
"I'm not going to lose you to him."
He paused.
"Not either of you."
Her throat nearly closed as she said to the holder of her heart, "I'll keep my promise, but only if you keep yours." Beside her, Nerium nodded in response to her question. That was all she needed to know. She rose too fast, and the world spun around her. Alice and Rietvar might have blocked the moon's influence, but Anova had something more than fey magic running through her veins. The memories of the Blood Crown's destruction ran through her mind, warning her as she rose to her feet. The malice inside it bit at her, and her throat tightened, as for a moment she let the hate for their enemies fill her like tavern swill. The Crown's magic flooded her senses, distorting time for her. All at once, seconds passed by too quickly and slowly. I can't hurt Juris and Hellmyr. I need control. I can't let its hate poison me.
"Die, human, for this wicked moon child."
Rietvar raised one of his claws to maul Juris below him. At the same time, the energy inside Anova escaped from her in a light brighter than the full moon. Heat and light flooded the room, but Anova was already moving. She had to trust that Nerium would get Cadmus out. While the brightness had blinded her for the moment, she memorized where she needed to go. Muffled noise buzzed in her brain. She found Della and Maris when they joined hands with her, and Juris a moment later on the floor. She had no words to tell Juris that perhaps the fae between them was past help. In the smothering light, they ran together. Chapter 43.
"We need to stop,"
Nerium said to them all.
"The two of you need treatment." "No, I can go farther,"
Cadmus said, but it sounded like it hurt him to speak. Juris couldn't stop. In his heart, he knew he was afraid to check the pulse of the fae supported between him and Nerium, while their group of fae and humans ran. Hellmyr was still unconscious, and his bandages were soaked. Anova had provided them the cover they'd needed to escape the Wolfsbane estate, but Juris didn't need fae hearing to feel that they were being chased. There weren't typical signs of being hunted. Crushed twigs and leaves behind them or arrows snapping into trunks. No, it was a feeling like a caterpillar crawling along the back of his neck. They were being watched and followed in these woods, but not by the men who had infiltrated fae. Death was after them. The old fae helping him carry Hellmyr stopped their progress, and Juris was forced to acquiesce. Della and Maris helped him spread Hellmyr across relatively flat ground. He brushed away leaves and forest detritus until he could no longer delay the inevitable. Silently, Anova joined him in bandaging the worst. "Miriam, do you think you can heal him? He's not doing well," Anova said in a too low voice. She was moving between the two injured fae.
"I'm afraid that's not possible."
Juris's gaze jerked up. Someone else had responded. Standing on a branch of an oak high above their heads, he stared down at each of them. Leander's wandering eyes stopped when they came to Cadmus, clutching at his bleeding shoulder.
"Hello, brother," he said lazily. "I see you've destroyed my personal library."
Despite the pain he clearly held in his body, Cadmus forced a sharp smile back at him.
"We both know at least half of those were there for hoarding, not reading."
Lithe as a cat, Leander jumped from the branch to the earth.
"It seems I'm not the only one with the habit, however. You've amassed quite the collection of humans."
Leander's hand hovered over the sheath of a sword he'd surely stolen from one of the humans occupying the Wolfsbane estate.
"Speaking of which..."
The fae took a step towards Juris, and his eyes gleamed as he tilted his head at him.
"You've played me like your fiddle too long, human." He bared his teeth. "Hand her over, or else."
Anova stepped between them. "Enough veiled threats. You aren't going to hurt anyone here," she said to the fae. Juris sidled up next to her and shook his head. That was all it took for her to back away. He felt her eyes in the back of his head. Juris swallowed. The last time he and Anova had truly spoken, he'd told her he hadn't ever wanted to see her again. They needed to talk. Instead of lingering on that, Juris grabbed out of his bag the jar he'd retrieved from the Wolfsbane estate and tried not to think of the moth inside it as anything other than a bug. It didn't work.
"You'd have done the same."
Juris spoke, though his throat felt dry when he said it. Since when had that been an acceptable excuse? Leander's reflexes were faster than his. He'd grabbed and opened the glass before Juris had pulled his hand back. As the insect fell out, wings limp and unmoving, it morphed into the Fae Lady. Her skin was a pallid bronze, and her ringlet hair stuck to her head in places. He wondered if it was from sweat or blood. None of them spoke as Leander lowered her to the ground where he'd held her in his arms. A vein in his jaw flicked as he looked over her.
"You know what this means. You felt it,"
Leander said. His gaze shot up.
"Your mate will have to do this, Cadmus."
Anova stepped forward, her gaze shooting between the Fae brothers. "No, it can't be true," Cadmus said.
"The ritual Rietvar and Alice initiated. It stole the moon from the sky."
"What do you mean?" Juris blurted. None of this made sense. The moon couldn't simply vanish. Certainly the moonlight was gone now, but this was ridiculous. Leander leveled him with a gaze like a snake's.
"Just as I said. Death has taken the moon with him to his realm. It is dead, and with it, all Fae magic.
Juris didn't miss how the skin around his knuckles tightened.
The only one of us with a drop of it is the possessor of the blood crown, and the witch. So the human's life is forfeit to me unless Lycasta can be saved. Now.
Juris's stomach twisted, but before he could open his mouth, Anova had rushed between them. "If I attempt this, you'll leave Juris alone?" she said. Leander stared back.
"If you save her."
Anova didn't wait. Lycasta might have been her enemy, and the reason Cadmus had thought he'd needed to sacrifice himself, but this was more important than her grudge. Was she going to let the Fey Lady, if indirectly, claim another life she cared about? No. Even if it meant trying to heal her with the Blood Crown's magic. The Fey Lady's breathing was ragged and shallow. Anova's hands shook as she followed Leander's instructions and tried to let the magic find what was wrong instead of allowing her emotions lead the healing. Clear your mind. It doesn't own you. Without choosing to, she remembered when she'd last attempted to heal Lycasta. It had gone about as well as she'd wanted it to, which was horribly.
"Rein it in," Leander commanded.
Anova withdrew her hands. She'd nearly started to burn Lycasta's already marred skin. Her nails dug into her palms. She needed to do better. Anova forced the Blood Crown's magic back through her fingertips. It felt too blunt for such a precise job as this, but she had no choice but to try. Juris depended on her for it. The thought of her best friend and their fight almost made the magic in her hands turn into a destructive force once more. Lycasta's breathing hitched underneath Anova's fumbled healing. She was doing it again.
"Move aside," Leander said sharply. "You can't control yourself not to kill her." "She can do this."
Suddenly Cadmus was next to her. Anova's gaze jerked up as she looked into his face. Cadmus's normally taunting eyes met hers. This time, in them was a look that melted her. Her throat felt too scratchy to speak, and instead of trying that, she squeezed his hand. When she returned to her work, she noticed something else out of the corner of her eye. The three of them were all crouched above the unmoving Fey Lady Leander had laid on the forest floor, and Cadmus had already backed away to give the healing some space. But she hadn't missed how his brother had lingered on their intertwined hands. Anova felt a small flutter in her stomach as a gentle light roved over Lycasta's several bruises. Leander wanted this with Lycasta. He can't, even if I can heal her, she realized, even though he wants to. From what the Fey Lady had said, Leander had left because of her actions leading up to Cadmus's death. It was clear to any being with eyes that he still cared for her, however. This was a different kind of heartache, she realized. What did you do when the heart wanted to both forgive and to forswear? Anova drew in a tight breath. The magic that lived in the crown darted from its resting place and out of her grasp like a snake underneath leaves.
"Broken rib," Leander said through his teeth. "Playing with more than magic, this witch."
His eyes flitted to hers.
"You need to be able to stabilize it without harming the organs around it."
She swallowed. That was more serious than stitching together bits of skin here and there. But before she opened her mouth to voice this concern to Leander, she stopped herself. He was leaning over her, spreading some Fey-made salve into a gash along her cheekbone. The tension was still visible in his jaw and shoulders, but he was tender with his hands. She could see how he needed to do this for her. To do something for the Fey who'd stolen his heart, whether he liked that part or not. She led Cadmus to believe I was dead, but she did it for him. The skin around her knuckles paled from the pressure of holding her fists tight. Anova hated Lycasta for selling her to another fae, for turning Cadmus against her on the night of the full moon fete, for poisoning her, and for too much else. She hated her. But somehow she was her. She knew the fae below her. She'd been her before. To save the one she loved, Anova had killed, lied, and cheated. In Lycasta's place, Anova would have done little differently. It had happened without her realizing it. The Blood Crown's magic had jumped from her grasp and straight into Lycasta's center. Suddenly, the fae below her inhaled a sharp breath, and color filled out her face once more. "You did it." Cadmus's tone was low and reverent. Even Leander seemed stunned for a moment. Anova pretended not to notice how his eyes flew to her briefly, and she could almost see him struggle to reevaluate the burnt, odd human fae that his brother had picked for a lover. The moment passed, and Leander returned to his work. His hands moved even faster than hers could have as he checked her vitals. But Anova could see her regular pulse thrum at her throat and knew that she would wake in time. It would still take her days or even weeks to fully heal, as Anova was fairly certain she'd only stabilized the worst of her injuries. But she couldn't deny what she'd done. I saved Lycasta. Was it the right thing to do? The thought made her woozy, though she considered it might have been the Blood Crown's magic running through her that caused the feeling. Anova! Juris had said her name like a plea. Her head jerked up, and she could hear it from here. It was a rhythm like a dancer on a tight wire. Hellmyr's heart was failing. Chapter 44. Juris helped Anova rip the rest of Hellmyr's clothes from his tattered body. The part of Juris that would have reacted to such a sight was buried somewhere deep within him. Lacerations and other injuries were spread across his body. Juris, along with Della and Maris, had done his best to staunch the worst of it all. But he'd been in the room when it had happened, and knew. Hellmyr had lost too much blood. Rietvar hadn't finished the job, but he might not have needed to. Stop it, he chided himself. Anova can heal him. While many of his wounds appeared to have clotted, the fae's overall condition had suddenly deteriorated. Juris was no healer or doctor, but he didn't have to be to see that Hellmyr's body was giving in to the trauma. His breaths were coming faster and shallower by the second. Sweat slicked Juris's hands as they moved across Hellmyr's skin. The fae felt like he'd been held under a lake for a few hours. Anova, Juris said again. His throat tightened around her name. I'm trying, Juris. Light and heat flared unevenly from her fingers as she said it, but she didn't stop trying to push the magic from her body. Hellmyr's head had lolled to one side, and Juris could clearly see how sluggish his breaths were. He still hadn't regained consciousness. Juris watched as Anova tried to save the fae who had become so entangled in their lives. When had all this happened? He hadn't had time to truly process what the witch had said about Hellmyr and his curse. Juris wanted to deny the validity of what she'd said, that Hellmyr was fated to somehow love him. But he couldn't. Something in him had recognized it as a truth. Perhaps it was in the way Hellmyr had released him from their bargain, despite it being against the fae's better interests. Or maybe it was how he'd shown him a vulnerability that Juris hadn't deserved to see. No, it was in the way Hellmyr made him feel. He's still fae. He's still manipulative, controlling, power-hungry. Unbidden, Juris remembered what he'd said to Anova before they'd parted last. The words sat heavy on his tongue until he blurted them to her. Anova, I never wanted this. I know now that you didn't either. You didn't choose this. A breath seemed to leave her. Juris. Before Anova could say something, Juris caught her eye briefly and continued. You're still Anova to me, no matter what you look like. Her gaze flicked back to Hellmyr, but he could see it in the way her shoulders slumped forward. For several seconds she didn't speak. The light from the Blood Crown's magic touched his face. The only sound between them was Hellmyr's fast and shallow breaths. He fixed another layer of bandaging around his throat where red was beginning to leak again. I should have tried to protect you more. Anova's fey eyes flashed in the dim light as she looked to him. Her hands had started to shake. They tried to hunt me the first night I crossed into Fey. I should have. It's okay. Juris's hand had found her shoulder. We survive, remember? It's what we do. The light of her magic caught on the glimmer of moisture along her eyelids, but when she spoke, her voice was filled with snark. Even if it means flirting with my prison guard to steal his clothes, right? Juris couldn't help himself. He laughed. It was easy. He was practically starved for some attention, the poor man. He was about to remind her that at least his flirting had served a purpose then, to deliver her sorry butt out of Urbess's cells, when her smile twisted into a grimace of shock. A hand had grabbed Anova's wrist and was holding it at an angle that looked painful. Hellmyr said through his teeth, That's enough of your attempts. Anova jerked her hand out of his just as Cadmus pulled her from Hellmyr. Cadmus angled himself so he was between them. Don't lay a hand on her, or you'll cut me up more. Hellmyr's eyes were pits of black. But she slipped from behind him to face the Fey King. Hellmyr, we're not trying to hurt you, Anova said. He laughed, and the raspy sound raised Juris's skin. He was awake, but had Anova truly healed his heart? Hellmyr's face was pale and gaunt like death's. She started again. Hell, please. Don't pretend this isn't what you wanted a little, my dear Anova. His words had an unfamiliar edge to them. His lips pulled back in an aggressive smile. That this, he gestured to his cut throat, wasn't by design. Juris couldn't stand by any longer. The blood in his veins pulverized him, punishing him for his inaction, but also for the thought of what he was about to do. It wasn't. We didn't want this. Juris caught his eye and said what he'd been trying to. I didn't want this. The memory of Hellmyr's lips on his haunted Juris. It had been the moment when everything had unraveled between the three of them. But he hadn't meant it to be an act of manipulation. He'd wanted to kiss Hellmyr. The admission was as disturbing to him now as it had been before, but that didn't change the fact that it was true. Hellmyr stared at him, and what Juris saw there unnerved him. You wanted an escape. Hellmyr moved towards Juris, and he found he couldn't move. It was the truth. Don't you dare hurt him! Anova's voice sounded too distant. Juris backed against a tree as Hellmyr, still looking as lively as death, approached him. Hellmyr smiled and spoke to her without looking away from him. Do you see me hurting him? His bare chest, scored with claw marks and covered in bruises, rose and fell too fast. Quicker than Juris could process, Hellmyr's hand flew to a pocket at the front of his black pants. He pulled free a small glass bottle and shattered it between his forefinger and thumb. At once, a shimmer descended around them in a dome. Magic, Juris said in a breath. But previously harvested from the moon, for some privacy. He took one last step, Juris had nowhere else to go. They were nearly touching. What was going on? His heart pounded like it could leave without him. You need to heal more. Juris's voice was too quiet. Juris wasn't sure why, but Hellmyr started laughing. Gusts of his breath pushed Juris's curls from his forehead. I thought I was going insane, the Fae said. I'd already discovered who I was to be cursed to. I could live with it, even if she didn't choose me, I thought. Hellmyr's expression changed suddenly. But then I found you. The madness didn't start immediately. No, it was gradual, like the flooding of a ship. For a mere second, pain raced across his face. I couldn't stop thinking of you. I couldn't stop thinking of someone else having you like that tavern boy. His eyes narrowed. Or someone else owning you. Your creditor. I realized that Anova reminded me of you before I knew you. Hellmyr's lips parted to reveal a sneer. Fate's cruel, small lesson. It was my own actions that caused you to be in Fae. I'd damned myself, just like before. Just like he caused the witch to curse him in the first place. Cursed to love me, Juris thought. His heart twisted within his center. He was supposed to be the punishment. And, Juris realized, he was playing his assigned part well so far. To Hellmyr, it would have seemed that Juris had been sent to torment him. He'd seduced and then betrayed him, letting him be drugged and then handing him off to the enemy. This wasn't supposed to happen, Juris said in a too weak a voice. I'm sorry. Ever so slowly, Hellmyr's fingers reached out and raised Juris's chin so their faces were nearly touching. For a second, a strange emotion passed through the Fae King's eyes. Juris's heart raged in his chest, but he kept still. But it did, the Fae said as his sharp teeth showed. He tried to jerk out of his grasp, but the Fae was too strong for him. It wasn't until Hellmyr's injuries made him falter that Juris could move again. He shoved himself out of the Fae's grasp as the Fae's chest heaved. What the hell was going on here? What do you want from me? Juris managed to say. A new sheen of sweat had coated Hellmyr's skin. A sudden, brief laugh burst from his lips, only to die a second or so later. What I want, he said, is revenge for this. Hellmyr's hand found the side of Juris's face as he spoke. His words and touch were soft, but Juris felt unable to move from him. I promise you that, if I outlive what has been done to me tonight, you won't want to find me. The tone of his voice as he uttered the vow made Juris want to shudder. There was no bluff here, no empty words. Too quickly, Hellmyr withdrew his hand and took several steps back. Under the shadows of the moonless night, he continued. Because one way or another, I will end this curse, even if it destroys me to do it. His eyes hardened, and there was no ambiguity left in what he'd said. He wants me dead, Juris realized. A brief moment of pain crossed Hellmyr's features before the shimmer in the air dissolved. He was gone with it. Chapter 45. You need to sleep. Having magic doesn't mean you don't need to rest. Anova's fingers jerked to the knife at her hip, and then relaxed when she saw who it was. Cadmus didn't miss the gesture, however. "I'm fine," she said, though she didn't have to read minds to know that he wasn't convinced. She'd told Miriam that she'd take watch for the next few hours since she wasn't sleeping anyway. Her lips pressed together. He snitched, she realized. The early hours of the day folded strips of golden light across the trees of the Soarlands. It had been 3 days since Hellmyr had disappeared. Even with her new Fey senses, she hadn't heard or seen any sign of him since that night that he'd woken in the middle of her healing him. He'd used bottled Fey magic to speak with Juris and then left. Juris had been strange since, though she could guess why. Learning that one of the most powerful and manipulative Fey had been cursed to love you wasn't easy to reckon with. Even so, she felt there was something more to Juris's mood. They were traveling to a safe house that Leander had established when Hellmyr had been hunting him. Anova hated not knowing what to do next, but she had to agree that they needed to get somewhere out of the woods of the Soarlands. They were too close to Rietvar's domain. Her thoughts were interrupted when she felt her hair being moved to one shoulder. A moment later, lips found the back of her neck as he trailed kisses down her skin. Anova shivered into Cadmus's touch.
"Can I convince you to sleep?"
he whispered in her ear from where he held her on the ground. Anova stared forward, calculating her resolve. Now that he was awake too, she had even less reason to fall asleep. Between fleeing through the Soarlands and trying her hand at healing the Fae and humans traveling with them, the two of them had barely gotten a moment to themselves. She shook her head. But he was already down to kissing her back where her dress exposed her skin. Anova couldn't help but shiver at his touch despite herself. Her skin heated. Before she could lose her resolve further, she crossed her arms and straightened. "This won't work," she told him. "I'm not going to fall asleep. I promise you that." Cadmus paused for a moment before she felt his sigh across her skin.
"Anova, I thought I'd lost you only a few days ago."
His voice was strained when he spoke next.
"I was convinced of it for weeks. And now, as you're carrying my child, I can't sit by and watch you hurt yourself. Not anymore."
Before she could respond, he pulled her body against his, moving her chin so her eyes met his behind her.
"When was the last time you slept?" he murmured. "Be honest."
Her eyes swept away from his. He wasn't going to like the answer. "I can't really remember." He inhaled sharply, but she didn't look at his face. She wasn't trying to deprive herself of sleep, but...
"You need to rest," Cadmus said. "You forget. Fae are used to not having magic during daylight hours anyway. I can protect you without it, for a few hours at the minimum."
He snorted.
"If I couldn't do that at least, my dead father would find a way to disinherit me from the beyond."
But when she didn't respond, he said,
"What is it?"
She swallowed and finally met his gaze. The memory of Death's voice ran through her thoughts.
"I don't want to see him again," she whispered. "Anova."
Cadmus pulled her tight to him so that her face was buried in his chest. In their embrace, she allowed herself to feel what she'd balled up inside her since she'd discovered she was pregnant. Her body trembled with the fear of being hurt, of the life inside her being hurt and others she cared for as well, but also of the fear of what was going to happen in a few months. Anova still wasn't sure if she was more an imperfect, human-like Fae or something else entirely. What does it mean for our child? She held Cadmus tighter. How were they going to protect this life from the Lord of Death himself? She trembled with the loneliness she'd felt when she'd found out. She felt it like a weight inside her.
I'm sorry I wasn't there.
Cadmus spoke the words through his teeth.
I should have.
Anova shook her head.
I should have done more. I should have tried to get you out sooner.
Anova startled when he laughed, but he only held her tighter.
You saved 4 prisoners out from under a witch and death's noses during their ritual, and you haven't done enough yet.
She paused, and she felt it in the way he held her that he noticed the slip, too. They'd forgotten Hellmyr.
I shouldn't have tricked him into coming.
She couldn't look into his eyes for this part.
I wasn't sure he'd agree to come otherwise. I couldn't lose you.
I know. I'm still sorry.
He held her tighter while letting the quiet fold around them like another embrace.
Carefully, Cadmus traced patterns into her back until she felt the muscles there loosen, bit by bit.
Are you sure I can't try to convince you to sleep? He murmured.
Her heart pounded as she suspected what he meant, but her eyebrows rose in mock skepticism.
And how does one convince another to sleep?
His thumb found the base of her throat as he whispered against her skin.
Do you doubt my abilities?
Maybe I do, she said brazenly, though her heart rate picked up higher. Cadmus moved his other hand down the front of her dress, raising bumps on her skin where it was exposed.
I think you need a demonstration, he said.
A trail of sweat lined her back, and she swallowed as the desire for him built in her. She caught his mouth in a greedy kiss.
Are you well enough for this?
Cadmus asked when they parted. Anova nodded. Around them, bugs fluttered on the air. Their thoraxes pulsed with light. Even without the moon, magic was in everything in this land, including in the fae beside her. Cadmus's eyelashes brushed his cheeks. Anova reached up and moved his dark hair from his face.
Have I ever told you how breathtaking you are, Cadmus Wolfsbane? She asked.
Cadmus's smile hitched up on one side.
Not often enough.
Well, I shouldn't have. Your ego is already dangerously oversized. She shook her head. Cadmus brought her hand to his mouth where he kissed it.
That can't be the only oversized thing about me.
When she was done, she leaned down to kiss him as the heat spread through her. Chapter 46. Nausea stirred in Anova's belly, ripping her back to consciousness. She'd been sleeping against Cadmus's uninjured side when she suddenly jerked up to stumble some feet away. Her stomach hadn't stopped twisting, and as she doubled over in the bushes, she emptied what little was left inside it.
I've got you. You won't fall,
Cadmus said. At once, she could feel Cadmus beside her, holding her upright as best as he could with his injury when her legs started to weaken. She noticed a strange, barely audible noise around her then. Anova blinked back sweat from her brow and realized that the noise was coming from within her mind. The blood crown, she realized. But I haven't had hallucinations from it since I was human. The world danced around her as Cadmus kept her upright. Shakily, she wiped her face. The whispering sounds she'd thought she heard were gone. But there were other noises instead. Cadmus positioned himself between her and where the noises originated with a blade already in his hand. The Blood Crown's magic surged through her at her call for it.
"You can come out now,"
he snarled at the woods around them. Her heart pounded. While she'd been sick in the bushes, she hadn't noticed them approach them. All she could smell was vomit, and her blood pounded too thickly through her for her to hear her enemies' hearts. Had they gotten to the others already? Della, Maris, and Juris? A group of 10 or so men emerged from the woods around them, all well armed with bows and blades.
"Surrender as our captives and we'll spare you."
Cadmus's lip raised in a smirk.
"Captives? Do you think Fae keep captives?"
Before he was done speaking, Cadmus had started for them. Those in the front of their party scattered and focused their strikes on his injured side.
"Give it up,"
said one of the humans through his beard.
"Looks like one of our boys has gotten to you already."
Anova moved faster than any of them, diverting and snapping arrows as she moved around Cadmus. Although her body worked like a machine to defend them, her mind was faster. These humans weren't at the estate, she realized. Rietvar was the one to give him that wound, not another human. There was only one real explanation, but she hoped she was wrong. Even with just one functioning arm, Cadmus was still beating them back. But to prove her theory, she needed to get close to one of them. Anova turned and threw one of the knives she kept at her waist. It barely missed their archer who had been hanging back from the others, but Anova smiled all the same. This was what she'd wanted. As he dodged the thrown knife, she rushed him and grabbed one of his wrists. He bared his teeth at her. He looked just old enough not to be called a boy any longer.
"Let go of me, she-fae."
"Where is she?" Anova demanded.
"Where is the witch?"
He glared at her.
"Enough of your fae nonsense."
She saw it in his eyes. He hadn't come here with Alice. He didn't even know what she was talking about, likely. It's started, she realized then. She had nearly twisted his wrist to stop him from firing any more arrows when she felt Cadmus's heart pound much too fast behind her. Cadmus had been driven to the ground while 3 humans crowded him. One of their blades had pierced his wound again, and her stomach cramped at the sight of the pain on his face. "Cadmus!" Anova shouted.
"I wouldn't if I were you,"
said a voice in her ear. It happened too quickly. Anova tried to jerk out of his grip, but a sharp point jabbed into her stomach in response. She stopped moving then. He'd let her go, but in turn, he held ready an arrow aiming at her center. It was too close to dodge.
"I saw you sick in the bushes, you know," he revealed. "You vile things look like women, but you're not."
She felt his grip shake, and she barely breathed. A wave was beginning to wash over her, numbing, consuming, searing. He wasn't done whispering to her.
"If I end you here, I can end another fae monster too. 2 with 1 arrow," he said.
She heard him swallow. His voice shook to match his grip.
2 less to kill us.
This time, the screams came not from her own lips but from somewhere else. They grew to a chorus. Over all of it spoke a double voice that was uncomfortably familiar to her.
"Poor little human. In your haste, you found a real monster."
Malor appeared before her, the dawn's light bending around his antlers. His red eyes revealed no inner humanity. He smiled before ripping out the human's throat. Anova was on the ground. Blood covered her, she discovered when she touched her cheek. His arrow had never fired. The human was on the ground too, and a pool of red was spreading from where his throat had bled into the earth underneath. Malor watched her from where he stood above her. his hands painted with what he'd done. He smiled as they stared.
"Get away from her,"
Cadmus said somewhere behind her. But Anova found she couldn't move as Malor crouched to her level.
"What do you want from me?"
Anova's throat scratched when she said it. He pointed at her heart.
"That's the wrong question, Anova. And you know it."
Her tongue was too heavy to speak, but her blood raced through her. She would fight this illusion if that's what it took to keep him out of her thoughts for good. Before she could move, however, he'd disappeared from her sight. All that was left where he'd stood was the light of the new day streaking through the leaves above them. She felt she'd be sick again. It was then that Anova was scooped from the ground and into Cadmus's arms. He moved almost too fast for her to see around them. "Cadmus, you're hurt," she said. Now that she had a personal view of it, she could see how much worse his wound had gotten from their fight. His entire shoulder had been slashed up where the men had been aiming for the spot. Her stomach turned with the thought. "You can't carry me like this. Put me down," she commanded.
"Malor is alive."
He sounded like he was speaking only to himself.
"If he survived, then what the hell does that mean?"
"Cadmus!" She tried to free herself from his hold, but his grip was iron. She squeezed his uninjured arm with perhaps more force than was necessary. "He wasn't real." Cadmus stopped as if hearing her for the first time since Malor had appeared. The world stopped whirling around her. She saw the bodies of some of the humans that had attacked them and realized they weren't far from where they'd fought. He'd been testing the perimeter to find the direction Malor had gone in. But he must not have heard or smelled any trace of him, Anova realized.
"What are you talking about?"
Cadmus's dark eyes focused on her. "It was an illusion, like when I'd used to have hallucinations from the blood crown. He wasn't real," she repeated to him. Cadmus stared at her before his gaze moved to the boy that Malor had massacred. His broken bow was underneath his body. While he looked, yet more blood came from him. Illusion or not, Malor had been an animal. As his eyes moved back to her, he said dully,
"That is real."
Anova didn't have an answer for him, at least not one that was sane to say out loud. Malor's words to her on the night of the full moon came back to her.
"Arian gave much to make me physical. Until then, I'd been a mere voice in his head."
But Arian was dead. Even if Malor had always been tied to the crown, he'd been physical before. Hadn't he? Anova was saved from having to respond to Cadmus when a shriek shot through the morning quiet. Cadmus lowered her to the ground, his eyes scanning her before he set himself between her and the noise. But what emerged from the trees beyond them was only Nerium, Della, and Maris. Della's face went as white as a sheet when she saw her. She gasped her name and almost fell before Nerium steadied her. On his other side, Maris said, "Anova, your face." She remembered then that the human's blood was still on her. She felt ill but managed to shake her head. "It's not mine."
"We've been found."
Nerium's eyes bounced around the carnage spread about them before settling on Anova and Cadmus.
"Are you hurt? Either of you?"
"I'm fine, but Cadmus has been," Anova said.
"It's nothing."
Cadmus shifted so his injury was less visible to them. He added,
"We were attacked by a band of humans while on watch. We may have more company in the vicinity."
The hair on the back of her neck raised as he spoke. His words referred to the possibility of more humans, but she knew he was thinking about Malor still. Suddenly, Leander appeared behind the others. Knives were already in his hands.
What's going on? There's blood in the air. We're moving.
Cadmus stepped forward while pulling her away from the humans littering the ground.
This location has been compromised.
Leander's eyes focused on his brother's wound.
We should head east. There's an apothecary just within Eastwoe. We'll need medicine for that, and it'll be faster than bumbling around in the forest for herbs.
She could see Cadmus's jaw tick.
I'll be fine. We need to keep moving. Eastwoe is too close to the palace, which is too much of an obvious place for the witch to attack.
I'm afraid it's necessary. Leander's right, Nerium said. It would help ease the burden on Anova to heal us constantly, too. All the Fae looked to her when he said it. For some reason, the human boy's words came back to her then. If I end you here, I can end another Fae monster, too. 2 less to kill us. Anova looked into Cadmus's face. His expression softened a degree while they stared, and she knew that he was deferring to her decision in that moment. Even if she knew there'd be a conversation later about what exactly had happened before the others had appeared. Finally, she said, "Let's go." Chapter 47. In our world, this would be enough, you know, Maris said as she passed Nerium a spear of rabbit thigh. He cocked an eyebrow at her but accepted the food. It was roasted to a gleaming tan, and she'd even seasoned it with wild herbs. Anova watched as Nerium bit into the meat and knew with a certainty that it was over for the rabbit. Warm thyme drifted on the air, and the heat from the coals warmed her feet. Anova knew she should feel more at ease, or at least like they'd stopped running from shadows for a moment. She'd been practicing her own version of a Fae barrier. It trapped the smell and smoke from their low-burning fire as well as the sounds of their voices. But she couldn't rest. Leander and Cadmus had left earlier in the day to find the apothecary run by the woodland Fae. She tried to remind herself that they were capable enough not to need her clumsy magic. During the daylight hours, they were used to not having the moon's power anyway. The rest of them had camped at the edge of a field that gave way to the gloom of the forests of Eastwoe. Even during the day, light beetles and ghost glows often played through the trees here. Though it was warm, Maris and Della had built a low fire to cook the rabbits that Nerium had hunted for them. The 3 of them sat across from her and Juris. She'd last seen Lycasta some hours ago, but that suited her fine. Juris nudged her. A quick but subtle smile had spread across his face. She followed his gaze to the other 3 across from them. If we were on the other side of your Fae forests, I could make you mine with food like this. Maris shook her head as she ran water over her smudged hands. I am already. Nerium's eyes shifted to hers as a smile ghosted along his lips. Her ears reddened, and Della giggled next to her. Maris's eyes flew from Nerium's as she spoke. You're not used to eating meat. Of course you like it. Anova smiled at the last-second modesty. Human men are fools, he purred at Maris and Della. They do not know what they have. Juris shifted. Don't lump me in with them. Anova and the other women laughed. After a moment, Juris couldn't help but join in. By the end of it, her belly ached from mirth. Quiet followed as the coal fire gave off soft, irregular glows that came from its heat. You can't eat again, can you? He said under his breath. Juris hadn't missed it then. Anova watched the remaining wood blacken further as she considered how to answer him. My mother used to tell me that she often couldn't eat anything but ginger root when she was pregnant with me. Anova smiled. She didn't even brew it into tea. She chewed it whole, apparently. She leaned back against the stump she'd settled against where she sat on the ground. Talking of her mother reminded her that she'd never gotten justice for her murder. Now that she was one of them, she was supposed to feel as powerful and cunning as them, but she still hadn't made any more progress on finding her fey killer than when she was human. Anova released a shaky breath and asked Juris, "How did you get away from her?" One of his eyebrows arched at her until she added, "You know who I mean. Hinterfell." Juris was silent for too many seconds before he said, "I left behind the loft. I knew she'd look for me there after my 18th birthday." Anova knew he was remembering the same thing. The threat Hinterfell had made to force them against their will to work at the Rosebud. And then, after everything that had happened that night in the border forests, well, I didn't think you were coming back, he finished. Anova stared forward. "Back when you thought I was dead. Back when you thought you'd helped kill me," she said in her mind, though the thought stayed there. "I rented out rooms at inns when I could afford it. Mostly I couldn't," Juris continued. "Then, towards the end, Mikhail let me stay at the Last Chance, in exchange for my company for a few nights." He shrugged at the fire like he was talking to it and not her. It wasn't so bad. Despite his words, a lump formed in her throat. She'd promised to come back for him, and while it hadn't been her intent to stay in Fae, she remembered well those days after she'd acquired the blood crown. Those had been days of running and not sleeping, or sleeping in empty houses, of waking up in a cold sweat to discover no one there but herself, of feeling nothing but fear and the emptiness that had hollowed her chest, of the feeling that she'd been betrayed by one she loved. Before she'd decided to do it, her arms were wrapped around Juris's frame. She pulled him tight against her, like doing so could take her back to that time to fix everything. Her heart thudded too loudly for her to hear his. For all the charm that Juris had, for the show that he put on for others, Anova could see the signs of what was underneath it. "As long as I'm alive, you won't be alone again. As long as you can stand me," she whispered with a half-smile. Slowly, like first light pouring over the night's frost, his arms came around hers. His curls pushed against her cheek as he held her back. "Do you remember the days we didn't say our names?" His words were barely audible. Anova swallowed. Of course she did. Those days had turned into months, years. But back then, their aliases had been their names. There had been no other choice. "Yes," she responded. "I never want to go back to that. Not between us," he said. She nodded, not trusting her voice to remain even. Juris was, and always would be, her family, even if their blood wasn't shared. But when they pulled apart, Juris had a strange look to his face. He shifted. "Anova, there's something more I need to tell you." Her gaze shot up before he could continue. She'd smelled something familiar on the air past the trails of thyme, smoke, and roasted meat. Something that didn't belong at all. But there was no sound of a heartbeat with it. "What's going on?" Juris said. Nerium had already risen to his feet, too. She stared at him and saw that they'd both scented it. But she still didn't understand. It was one of the humans who had attacked them days before. He stepped into the clearing then. Along his neck was a scar like his head had been stitched back to his body. She could have never forgotten his face after what had happened. It was the archer boy from the group of human raiders. Her stomach turned. He hadn't been alive when they'd left him. He smiled at her with his familiar face, but another voice came from his throat when he spoke.
Hello, Anova. I have a message for you.